Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
¡Ajas!
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time?
welcome everyone to day 2 of LEC 2024 Spring Playoffs live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. By the looks of it, BDS is trying to throw a magical spell to hopefully break some of the negative curses that they've had so far in terms of their win streak. Either way, hello everyone, I am Ginny and I'm joined on the floor this time around with the average jungle enjoyers, Broxa and Jamada.
Yeah, you've got the jungle experience today on the desk. Definitely no bias will be going on with the analysis with that in mind.
Average jungle enjoyer is a compliment, right?
It better be.
Absolutely, right? You guys only flame everyone else on your team except yourselves, so right, that's how it goes. But either way, yesterday, Vitality and Fnatic stayed on top because they both managed to secure their wins in their respective games. Looking at these games particularly, it felt more from the side of Fnatic that it was very dominant, whereas Vitality, the fact that it went to 3 games and also the way that that game went, bro, like, I don't know what was going on.
I'm curious to see how today's series are going to go, because if it's anything like yesterday, it could be like, you know, you said Fnatic, GX, really one-sided. Oh, are we going to have this same style as Vitality SK, where it's complete clown fiestas and craziness all around? I'm kind of hoping for that kind of spice, not going to lie.
I think we'll probably get out of Heretics BDS a little bit. I don't know where I want to go with G2 Mad, but yesterday as well, like you said, Fnatic 2-0 GX. I just kind of feel bad for GX. I feel like they ended up with 2 relatively rough drafts to play out, and Fnatic were just really in form.
Yeah, today we have the remaining upper round 1 matches, but also a daily reminder. We don't just have League yesterday, today, and tomorrow. This is Mega Week, which means that thankfully on Tuesday we're going to be looking at even more games. Clown Fiestas, whatever you want to call it, depends on you. Either way, the first thing that we saw yesterday, what really caught our attention was the changes and the swaps a little bit in meta, particularly when it comes to the compositions that the teams would like to run. We saw a great balance of whether you want to go for picks or whether you want to focus more on team fights. So Broxa, break it down.
Yeah, we talked about it a fair amount that, you know, this weekend we're playing on a different patch. 14.6 has brought buffs to crit items, buffs to tanks, and there's 2 different ways to approach playing on the current patch. One is the teamfight champions, tank top, control mage mid, strong, scaling, crit AD carry in late game, or you can go the more execution-based route.
Yeah, exactly right. And the execution-based route is kind of the risk versus reward kind of style of play, I feel like, majority of the time. With the team fighting champions, you're getting what's on the tin, right? You know you're going to get solid scaling, 2 items, 3 items, you're really going to be online. Before then, you might have to be a little bit more reserved. These execution-based champions, you need to play around a little bit more proactively. You need to ensure that you're giving them resources, setting them up for success, so that in the mid-game, they can really smash through some of these 2-item power spike-esque kind of champions and effectively kind of snowball it into an earlier game victory.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the compositions, though, when we're looking at the picks, we're looking at the team fighting, is there anything particularly that you would prefer or that you think has been more reward-heavy?
I think it probably depends on the team more than anything. I think it seemed like G2 could have a lot of success playing strong early game, strongly, or like really strong, highly mechanical champions and just getting an advantage and snowballing, whereas many others, like, let's say BDS, for example, like this is their ball game. Ice on a, you know, strong scaling AD carry, pick Cyan for Adam, looking at control mage mid. They're going to look really good in this patch, I think.
Yeah, and that more or less is really going to be the divide between, you know, the remaining teams here in playoffs. Is, are they going to kind of move over to effectively just traditional front to back, or are they going to try and, you know, try their luck at these champions which need a little bit more, you know, prowess to really execute on, which, you know, can grant you those big rewards, but you have to ensure that you're playing on your execution thresholds.
All right, split pushes particularly, that's something that we already touched upon a little bit, but I want to dive into it a bit further, because when we're looking at the split pushing, it does have its rewards as well, but sometimes it just kind of like everyone gets caught.
Yeah, I think the problem is that a lot of the games that we're seeing in Europe come down to team fights around objectives, and if you have a really simple front-to-back team fighting comp, it's very easy to execute, whereas if you lock in something like the Twisted Fate, for example, you need to be able to utilize the side lanes, push out deep inside, create a number advantage, and then fight. But a lot of the teams tend to kind of skip the setup phase. They just walk to the objective and fight immediately. And if one side has a Twisted Fate top and the other one has a Scion, well, it's going to be a tough time.
Yeah, and I feel like we've yapped about it a lot of times over the years, right? Low execution against high execution, and why, you know, the differences in these 2 playstyles are so important. But I feel like in this meta at the minute, we are going to be in a very big crossroads between, okay, our team's just going to go back to what they've been used to playing over the many, many years of professional League of Legends, or are they going to try and stick to, you know, not necessarily previous patch, but what they've kind of become a little bit more accustomed to with some of these champs on the left-hand side? That's going to really be the big question between the teams that we haven't seen play yet.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be looking at today, particularly for Heretics up against BDS. You already touched upon it a little bit in terms of BDS and how they do like to approach their games more from those team fighting compositions. But again, that's a question that remains to be answered. But as we look ahead to our first series of the day, we actually had the lovely Trouble sit down with Adam for a check-in. So let's see what they had to say. Trouble, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Adam, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game versus Team Heretics. We had a little chat about the upcoming series, but I'm going to get there later. First of all, I want to ask you, and reference Oscarinin yesterday, he talked a lot about, you know, the front-to-back meta coming back and how it doesn't feel necessarily very rewarding playing tanks when you're AD carry and your mid laner want to play the front-to-back. However, if you do win a tank versus tank matchup, it feels different. What's your opinion about that?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like in front-to-back meta, I would say if it's tank versus tank matchup, this is where, you know, like the best player will actually show up in the lane. And this is where, you know, like you can actually put your ego in the game and like, I will crush you, for example. And if you manage to do so, your ego goes to the sky, actually. So it feels really great. I can feel.
Because it feels like if you load in with like an Olaf or a Darius, you're expected to play aggressive. You're expected to kind of stomp your lane. But if you stomp your lane with an Ornn and no one's expecting
That's
you...
your Chad. You're Giga Chad.
You're a Giga Chad.
You're a Giga Chad, actually, yeah.
Now, of course, talking about the front-to-back, Azir merchants reunite. Azir is back. And we know that Nuke is also an Azir merchant
You
himself.
think so?
I mean, his match history says that on the LEC.
Maybe not. I don't know.
So you can't tell us anything about this? You know, the confidence in the team with Azir coming back and playing that again?
I mean, yeah, since Azir is like coming back, probably some teams will have priority on it. I don't know which teams, obviously, but
we can't tell.
Yeah, like the draft will be slightly different from the best of ones of this split. So yeah, we'll need to see.
Now coming into this series, you guys are having deja vu. As Winter Split, you playing again Team Heretics in your first playoffs game. You two owed them over in Winter. However, you did beat them in regular season in Winter, and now you lost to them. You're 0-1. How do you feel going into this series in terms of confidence?
Well, I would say that Heretics had the momentum this split for best of ones, but I do believe best of three is different type of game, and I would be really surprised actually if they beat us. Honestly, I would be really surprised because I don't expect us to lose today. We should be able to win. So yeah.
Are you guys prepared for the Nocturne potentially, jungle? That's what haunted you last time.
I mean, like they had a good draft against us in best of one. You know, it was a bit hard to execute from our side, but we're just pretty confident coming for this best of three.
All right, BDS form coming back to life. Adam, thank you very much for joining me, and good luck in your game versus Team Heretics.
Thank you.
Jeannie, over to you.
Thank you so much, Trouble. I mean, looking at the responses that we just got, he seems very confident. He said he would be shocked if Heretics win. But looking at Winter particularly, Heretics had an early exit. BDS placed third. So this is the redemption arc for Heretics. But from BDS's perspective particularly, they need to lock things down because Spring has not been looking the best.
Yeah, I think if we look at last split, up until the very last point where, you know, Adam was off the team for a little while, they looked really solid. They looked like a team that could actually contest. But ever since they played without Adam and he's come back, they've looked so inconsistent more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been very up and down. I think part of that is also attributed to they were the team that really relied on Ice as a utility, like AD carry. Ashe, Varus, those are kind of his bread and butter, even a little bit of Jhin. Whereas from kind of the back end of playoffs in Winter to the start of Spring, they were probably the team that had to change the most out of that identity, to trying to play a little bit more front to back, trying to enable Adam a little bit more in team fights. So I think that plays into that level of inconsistency. But thankfully, the meta has also shifted a little bit in their favor whilst already adapting to that playstyle.
Yeah, speaking on team fights, particularly from BDS, we've seen some great things. We've seen some oopsies. We've seen some not so great things. So in terms of their team fights and the setups, how has that particularly been playing out for them?
Well, I have a telestrator here to
of course you do.
break that down. So I've got a good and a bad clip. We're going to go over the good one first, and we're really going to highlight sort of the ideal scenarios that BDS tend to put themselves in and find themselves in. This is the game against Fnatic. They were already quite ahead, but this is all about the setup for it, right? And if we kind of bring up the clip, you can see it behind us. As I kind of just rolled, if we just let this roll out a little bit, you can see there's no control for Fnatic right now. This is all BDS favored. And Fnatic, it's complete fog of war. If we take a pause right here on this fog of war, they have to pretty much guess. It's all guesswork on where exactly someone's going to approach from. They're working with potentially someone in this bush, someone down in this bush, and then once the fog actually unfolds and we allow some of this clip to play further, they'll see Nuke controlling this choke as well. So Fnatic, they're really, really worried, and you can see Adam in the bush, take a pause right here, Adam waiting in the bush, and he's got a very free angle basically onto anyone he wants. He's waiting for the Labrov engage. It's a little bit delayed, but this is what we're talking about. Labrov in a position to set up someone like Adam to come in on the flank, and if we let this play out, you'll pretty much see Noah isn't allowed to play the game at all. He pretty much gets 100-0'd, and whilst Fnatic are trying to make a little bit of work happen on the backside of the fight, Adam is pretty much 1v3ing, 1v4ing the entirety of Fnatic, and this is kind of the ideal setups that BDS are consistently looking for around these objectives. They're looking for Labrov setup to enable Adam to really dive the backline, or enable Nuke if he's on that kind of champion to also do that. That's a good scenario. Let's take a look at a bad one, because sometimes they get a little bit lost in this source specifically, where they're trying to find these 5v5s, and it doesn't always play out the way that they want it to. So this is a slightly different game against Mad Lions Koi, where as you kind of take a look at the mini-map, trying to find, there we go, take a look at the minimap. You can see up here, Nico in the top side, pushing out this lane, and even though I know it's not highlighted down here, it's highlighted down here rather as Adam not having teleport, he does have teleport. This is just BDS trying to force a 5 versus 4 because they know they're a little bit worried about the split push and they have to try and force a fight. But the issue is they don't really have setup. If we let this clip now play out, it's Mad Lions Koi with enough information to work on, and Adam starts basing on this ward because he has to go and answer the top lane push. Mad Lions Koi see this as an opportunity then to force their way into the river, and BDS, if we take another pause right here, you've already got the teleport coming down from Nico right over here, and Adam is still taking his recall. They don't actually know the teleport is even happening. He's just off fog. So if we let it play out, Adam's then forced into a very awkward teleport angle where he doesn't actually get access to the backline, and the Brov isn't on a rail this game, he's on the Renata. So it's no big setup on the backline for a dive. It's just really, really awkward. And then eventually after the initial engage, they look for a retry and it doesn't play out the way that they want to because they use too many resources, whereas Mad Lions didn't really have to use much on the force in. And this is what we kind of see sometimes with BDS, some of that level of inconsistency where they'll look for the same sort of set plays, but the setup isn't always there for them in a perfect manner.
I think this is a perfect example of what BDS are really good at, but also what their issue is, where if they're in the driving seat, they're so good at these setups. Like, they literally did, you know, what we saw against Fnatic, not once, but 3 times in a row to win the game. But if they're having to play from behind, if they're a little bit slow on the play, they are a little bit confused when it comes to retaking, and then things can get a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, and guess what? Champion is really, really good at team fighting, is back. We saw it 5 games out of 5 yesterday. Like, anyone want to...
Is it the bird?
It is a bird, yeah.
That's the Azir.
It is Azir. And when we're looking at Nuke, particularly as a player on Azir, 7 wins and 2 losses. That's way better than my solo queue stats. I'm pretty sure yours as well, Jamad. I'm not throwing you under the bus here. But when you're looking at any champion that is not Azir, it doesn't necessarily translate into that kind of amount of success.
I think he just fits both Nuke and what BDS wants to do so well. Like, he's such a great control mage player, but Azir's a very nice middle ground where, you know, you can play more aggressive, you can actually control the lane pretty well early on. With Azir, you can set up team fights with engages, you don't need anybody to peel for you. He's just kind of self-sufficient in that sense, and I think when Nuke is on Azir, his synergy with Shio and the way that he can set up his jungle up for success and play aggressive is really, really on point.
Yeah, and it's particularly that mid lane that we've highlighted, but it's also going to be a bot lane. We have Ice going up against Flacken, and that's another very huge part, especially for BDS and the driving force in terms of getting those team fights going.
Yeah, and you know, we've spoken a lot about Ice, and you know, for me, it's about that adaptation and change from winter to spring, but also Flacken. In my mind, I'll just say it flatly, I think he's, individually right now, he's the best performing AD carry in the league. There's obviously arguments for a couple of other AD carries, like this man right here, Ice, but I feel like Flacken has really taken it to the next level, but also I think, you know, Trimby coming in has really enabled him to find a lot more space inside of some of these team fights that Heretics are finding.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that we're going to have to keep our eyes on, but we're ready to head into the first game of the series. Heretics going up against BDS with Dagda and Dracos.
Thank you very much, Ginny, and the desk. Dang, bold words. Flacken, best performing right now. Certainly an opportunity to prove it today, as highlighted by Jamad as well. Ice, no slouch himself, and I'm kind of hoping that we can fast forward 20 minutes into the game where we start the portion of the game where we just team fight. That's what I want.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like that's where it's going to... Yeah, that's where it's going to all be about. Like, there's going to be some preamble. There's going to be a nice, like, intro context setting portion of the game where you
got to introduce the characters.
Yeah, character backstories. But, like, I'm just trying to get to the end of Season 1 of Game of Thrones. You know, just give me the big battle. That said, here we are. Players taken to the stage. Give it up for BDS and Team Heretics. course. Crucial best of 3 to kick off playoffs. They do have the luxury of double elimination, but nobody wants to drop down in the first round.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see these two teams face off. I think coming into this weekend, this was the matchup that's the most contentious, that I feel is probably the closest. And for both these squads, as you say, trying to not only put themselves in towards the next round of playoffs and win that, I think as well kind of solidifying where they are in the minds of a lot of people and a lot of fans, because for BDS, trying to rebuild after what has been a relatively shaky spring, especially coming off the back of winter, and then now you're looking at Team Heretics as well, which has been an incredible, like insane to see how this split started for them versus where they are now.
I think probably the most questionable roster changes from a public perspective that we've seen in quite some time. And despite that, despite the short notice that a lot of the players on the team have talked about getting, despite the sudden last-minute changes, they have excelled in every way possible. Of course, they're 4-5 at the end of winter. Coming out of this one at 6-3, contesting top of the table for so long. Remember, they finished 7th, 8th. So the big thing is here, if they just lose 2 best-of-3s, who cares? You did just as good as the previous team. It does not matter. So I think it's all about how much further can they go. BDS were top 4 last split. Even if spring has been shaky, they want to go even higher. Both these teams have talked about it. They want to go to China. They want to go to MSI. They want to contest G2 at the top of the table. But you're not at G2 yet. You got to beat each other first.
And both these teams want to get their hands on Azir. So we're going to see as we get into draft what happens there, because it really does feel like Nuke, when you look over the course of his career, 65% win rate on Azir. It's by far his most played, and definitely a champion that he is very well versed with, even if Adam tries so coyly to hide it in the interview with Trouble earlier on. Yeah. But definitely I think that is going to be something we look at.
What do you mean he plays it? What?
I don't know.
No idea
I've never seen Nuke play
What
Azir
even is an
once.
Azir? I've never seen an Azir. Is that a dish or something? Is that a food?
And then, yeah, I think for Zyro as well, something that he played a lot in the ERLs. So excited to see what they can do here. Because I definitely think that this mid matchup is going to probably define a lot of it, especially when you look at Jankos and Trimby, who like to interact there as well.
And I think when you look at how both these players play, certainly they can get out of the comfort zone of control mages, but I think they share a comfort zone in the form of control mages. Azir now banned. Orianna taken away, which is unsurprising, but what does it open up for BDS? Vi, a champion that I'm not a big fan of, but has seen a lot of priority, can just take the Zeri now, and the Karma as well. This is a champion reminder that has been hit. Cooldown reduction when you hit an ability from her passive up to, or down to 4 seconds or 5 seconds. Yeah. Much higher mana cost if you're maxing Q early. Not gutted, but much, much weaker than it was in the previous
there's
match.
like hit, and then there's taken at the back and hit, you know?
Yeah.
It feels like that's kind of where Karma is more at for me. Like, the increase in mana is absolutely absurd. It makes it really tough to actually manage your mana as you start to come into the matchup, and a lot of your cooldowns as well, not having that uptime in your push. Like, so much of this has gutted the solo lane Karma that this feels like it has to be going to lab problem.
It's definitely a possibility. Range support focus, not something that we've seen a lot of outside of kind of these more niche picks. We saw Zillion and Bard yesterday, but we don't usually see the enchanters more often than not. We see a lot more of the utility if it's going to be range stuff like the Renata. So, taking their time here, BDS do technically have the luxury of a flex pick. Could also go top, but this is one of those champions that has been, at least in stage games, I've heard it's doing great in scrims. Stage games, super feast or famine. Either you're popping off, you're hitting every mantra Q and you look unstoppable, or you look kind of like a shield bot, which is not really what you want from someone who's getting so much of your team's gold. The mid lane, that's the Jax though. Again, another technical flex.
Yeah, I think it will just basically match wherever the volley bear goes. The Q on the volley bear is where you want to try and get your Counter-Strike available as the Jax and try and shut that down. So if it is going to go into the jungle, great, you got the Jax there. If you want to put it top, works out fantastic as well in that situation. I'm curious to see exactly how they want to play around it, because I think having the volley bear nerfs come through where his hit his move speed, I think having an Orianna in the mid lane to use that W to speed him up is going to be great, but also that's a large portion of your damage. So I'm curious to see how Heretics want to try and play around it, because I do feel like this volley bear is more than likely going to Jankos.
I would assume so as well. Now seeing top lane bans come out, maybe hoping to sculpt a somewhat more optimal blind pick for Wonder. Something that always has to be. We talked about this. Wonder's normal champion pool. It's it's pretty stock standard for a top laner, but every time he plays up against Adam, he gets more creative. He knows what he's getting into. He's more ready to pull out a few more tricks.
Yeah, it's really funny when you look at his match history. It's like K'Sante, Aatrox, Tank Rek'Sai.
Yes.
He played against Adam and BDS. Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate.
I've got Twisted Fate.
No, Twisted Fate.
And it won. It won. And I think that's kind of where you have to try and target BDS in a lot of situations is use the side lane to your advantage. And I think having Wunder go back towards something that can do that is going to be very valuable. But, you know, Jack's gone, and the opportunity to try and play a pushing side lane as well may not be an option here. But I'm curious how they want to try and approach this. Is it just straight back into big team fights? And do we get Trimby onto something where maybe like a Rakan here, where he can actually try and play very, very aggressive? Okay, no, they're actually going to ban away.
Banned out.
Yeah, I think having something where Trimby can be unlocked early is pretty big here. But I'm curious what they want to go for.
Yeah, Bro, of course, banned. Not conventional safe blind pick support. Renekton and Darius both taken away when it comes to the top lane pool, alongside the Olaf, which was banned in the first phase. So we will see a little bit more confirmation on where a lot of these picks are going to go. Now remember, when we talk about Zeri, most pros feel like this is a champion that you really have to pick something that can deal with her, and very often that means a Nautilus, a Vi, or potentially a Camille support for Team Heretics. Keeping it safe, keeping it standard, it's a Cassante. You know, you're always going to get some value out of it. It's not the flashiest pick. It's like Ornn, but you get to push more buttons.
Definitely this is a composition that is built around this area for BDS, so I think you're going to see them maybe even go back to something like a Sion here for Adam, just go, maybe go tank top and just try and play this front to back, because as long as you can keep Volibear and Cassante off of Zeri in the backline, yes, you can go Alistar here, but the threat that you have realistically onto Zeri in the backline is really difficult to deal with. Plus you've got a Karma to speed up both Zeri and Jax in a lot of these skirmishes and team fights, so I think this is going to be relatively tough for Heretics if they end up taking a lot of these early skirmishes, which I feel like BDS are trying to set up for. But again, that doesn't feel very BDS-esque in a lot of situations.
Yeah, they tried. Obviously, we saw the game where they pull out the Callista, and the first few minutes looked good, but then they kind of fumbled the transition into mid game, which is very usually the case for teams that try to play too early game focused. BDS grabbing the Twisted Fate for themselves. And that is going to go into the top lane for Adam. Wunder is just going to get out econned here. Adam just going to pick up so much money on the top side in this matchup, but now Volibear, as kind of expected, being matched by the Jax of Sheo, and it will be, of course, the Nautilus and the Zeri bottom side up against the Varus Alistar.
So the thing is, if I'm Jankos, I'm kind of happy to play up towards top side. I know you kind of look and go, hey, an Alistar, I got the setup, I can try and look towards Zeri. But realistically, Alistar going to be playing on the back foot in this matchup. You usually want to try and use your Pulverize as the Nautilus engages to prevent any sort of follow-up. So I think if you have Jankos play up top end, you're fine to just wave clear in the bot side. Dive's not really going to be a big issue. And there is an opportunity you can attack Adam. We've seen it a couple of times in LEC where a Twisted Fate tries to play into a Cassante, and as soon as you burn, say, an early Flash or an early Ghost, the Ghost that's available on the Cassante, that means you can chase down the Twisted Fate. And I'm pretty sure we saw it in like Madeline Koi's matches previously, so I'm curious if we end up with a similar situation here where you put early attention top, shut down Twisted Fate, and then Jankos can open up on the rest of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you just hit a situation with Twisted Fate where, yes, you can be half an item ahead, but if you're not really diligent on how you play the lane, Cassante always has that solo kill pressure, courtesy of the, you know, the infinite ways he can go unstoppable, mostly just the W ulti reset into the W again. But now here we are, heading into our first game. One side of the bracket resolved yesterday, another resolve here. See who's moving up to the upper side, who's getting knocked down to kick off this first game.
Keep my eyes on where BDS are going. Oftentimes you'll see teams move up topside with a TF, try and get some early vision down to set him up for success in the laning phase, where he can actually play aggressive on towards Wunder and use the bush control that he has. But BDS, they're going to try and move in here to the bottom side of the map instead.
Creative level 1. Gold card, obviously, going to feel pretty good early on, and Alistar level 1 going to feel pretty terrible, so BDS relatively comfortable knowing that as long as they have equal members, they should be favored. Varus always a little bit of a concern early on, but Blackhead going for lethal tempo, not for the Halo Blades, so not quite as oppressive, at least for level 1.
Yeah, I think we'll have the on-hit Varus for Flackhead, which I think is the right call here. Yeah. You kind of need that consistent DPS.
You're not going to hit a Zeri or, you know, a ghosting TF with a piercing arrow. It's just not going to
Well,
happen.
you can. It's just you're only going to do it once before you die.
Yeah.
You know, that's the main problem. But I still think he's going to have a little bit of that issue coming into this, where if you end up in the control going to BDS in the early stages and they're able to get some towers down, very easy for Adam to ult on towards mid, pick off Flacket because he's that little bit vulnerable, and Trimby can try his damnedest, but you just can't cover the amount of angles the BDS would be coming from. So definitely think there is an onus on Heretics to try and control the early stages, ensure BDS aren't getting early towers and starting to snowball this game. And a lot of that then is going to fall towards, I think, Nuke and Sheo. I want to see BDS playing through this mid jungle. It's a super strong combo, and trying to get that control to play towards that, play towards dives, making sure that this Twisted Fate can then lead its way into a strong mid game.
I mean, the Counter-Strike, the early mobility of a Jax can be so oppressive if you have that setup. And Adam also has the Sun cards on the top side, makes so many things that much simpler. Jankos to see if he can match. Volibear has been the early game terror in just about every single game we've seen in building these early leads, so strong in early skirmishes. Jax does have some positive interactions into the pick, but it's not as cut and dry oftentimes early on.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on where Sheo's pathing here, though, because did red into Raptors and up to top side, which generally means you're going to go for some sort of play onto the top end. Looks like Sheo might just do that. Maybe expecting a 3-camp into top side gank from Jankos. We're already kind of talking about burning early summoner spells on Adam. So it looks like Sheo just going to try and keep his top side safe and make sure there's no funny business from Heretics.
Mid dive. Not something you would initially expect. We'll move in, we'll spot that the camps are missing and likely start to at least have a better estimation as he now pings out bot side camps. He knows generally where Jankos is, where he can assume safely, and that means Nuke. It's fine to just keep pushing, to keep stepping forward here, knowing that he has the Jax to shadow.
Yeah, and it's just smart play from Sheo. You're kind of, again, looking to make sure Adam can be in a good lane state. And the one way that can kind of be messed up is Heretics playing up towards top. Trimby, a little bit far up, but
waiting off to the
gonna
side.
be okay.
So an early reset for Flacket to pick up a Cold. Trimby, I believe, waiting around the corner just trying to catch XP, knowing that obviously if he walks in there and shows his face, they're just immediately going to engage on him. And as expected on the top side, Adam with an early advantage. Some of that is the TF passive. Some of that is, of course, the small CS lead he's been able to accrue. Fun. Fun for wonder. What an enjoyable laning experience. But we've talked about it. I mean, there is a moment and many moments where he will have kill pressure if Adam makes a mistake.
Especially at level 6. But you do need Jankos to try and burn that summoner spell early, so you have that kill pressure available. And Jankos now moving up towards top side. Reset, knew that Sheo was going to be able to contest him on the bot side scuttle and with push for Ice, and Labrov doesn't want to try and overextend there. So just spotting now that the Raptors are going to be respawning. So maybe has a chance to try and look up towards this top side, especially Adam not in the best of positions here.
And I think BDS...
Just pushing into him. Should be fine.
Their ward around mid lane fades right as Jankos starts to wander in. So they at least know where Jankos was. They don't know that this is warded out. The BDS moving up together. Jankos now on the top side just clearing out a Gromp. Shea will be able to secure the Raptors, but fortunate timing on the ward that they can't at least see that coming and move to try and stop it. Ice and Labrov doing well on the bottom side of the map. They've gotten a lot more uptime, I feel like, on relevant roams as Labrov's already shown face mid lane and is just walking back mid after the reset. Trimby now going to try to go mid as well. 80 carries, it's the coal zone. They are farming. We'll come back to them in 20 minutes when it's time to team fight, but until then, it's just, farm power hour here.
Look, both AD carries know what this game is going to be about, and it's Trimby wants to roam, so Labrov has to roam to match.
Yep.
And already you can see BDS doing a good job of getting a ton of vision control in his bot side river to spot out exactly that. So really nice job from BDS, at least in the early stages, to spot that out. But again, I think it's going to be a case of, okay, when we get Nuke into a position where he can try and shove against this Orianna, which will happen in just a little bit of time, that's where I want to see them actually getting deeper vision here for BDS, so they can look for plays or spot out where Jankos is to keep him safe. But with the bounce back on bot side and also the reset from Nuke, just going to try and take Dragon here for Heretics. But a lot of members of BDS in the area.
Yeah, BDS moving to respond. It would be a 4v4 if all members show up. TF now roaming down. Adam does have level 6, but the window here is pretty small. The Dragon going to go to the side of Team Heretics in a moment, but Sheo falling up to steal it away, and that's going to be embarrassing. The bear cut down by the man with the big staff. Adam now coming in with the gold card. That's a level 3 Alistair. Flashing now out to safety. BDS, not only do they get the Drake, they get 2 kills. Team Heretics not respecting the Twisted Fate.
Great timing from Adam on the reset. Hit 6, immediately starts to move into this bot side, and Wonder just used the teleport to reset into that top side of the map, so BDS knew they'd have the numbers advantage. Labrov setting up perfectly with the hook as well.
And I gotta say that I think a little bit of sleep at the wheel there in terms of the smite. The fact that Sheo was able to walk into that pit A bit sloppy from the side of Team Heretics. 2 kills are the the insult to injury in this context. Now a significant gold lead, 1.6. Some of that artificially inflated by a Twisted Fate passive, but still pressure now in their favor. Bot side, Zeri getting a kill, Ice getting a kill in this matchup. So crucial as we get later into the game, and Jankos not quite having that early game impact we've gotten used to seeing from the Volibear. Is now he's in no man's land once again. Luckily, Trimby's going to be roaming up shortly to cover. Sheo's already burned his cooldowns just trying to take down this crab, so nothing's going to come of it. We'll walk away fine.
Big. Too far forward there from Jankos. Nuke had push in mid. Thought that maybe with the bot push he'd be able to go for a scuttle, but Labrov already had Sheo behind him, and Sheo would have been able to try and assist with Ice coming back into lane as well. Would have been able to cover that, so excuse me, sorry, going to be forced to back away. And this is kind of where I think, again, for Jankos, it's trying to dissuade the early playmaking from BDS, but unfortunately with trying to go for Dragon early, they kind of forced their hand and gave that moment for BDS to make the play.
Definitely did. And using a lot of resources just to try to stop the play as BDS comes in. Don't really have enough left to actually find any kills, get put on the back foot, are at a man disadvantage because of Adam coming in. And we've seen this a lot. I mean, TF, most of the time, I think when he's locked in, you think about his laning prowess, and how much of an advantage he can build, the gold card, things like that. But teams have just been disrespecting the global map mobility of this pick.
Yeah, 100%. But I can understand where Heretics are trying to find their footing is like, hey, look, if we get early dragons, we can actually force fights as a team fight, and it means that then BD has to walk to the beat of our drum, but not really getting that opportunity now and giving that bit of a safety net to BDS is massive. 3 grubs though for Heretics, definitely a big takeaway, because one of the things you want to do is Adam to be able to chip away at these turrets. Extra void grub damage going to be massive for that, so at least it's something that Heretics have picked up nicely here.
Yeah, and I think really there's a world where they get the Drake and it feels less bad, but level 4 Trimby, Aftershock fading away means taking a lot of damage. Ice, quick to capitalize on the level advantage he has on the bottom side. Ahead in XP overall. Remember, Flackett was forced back on an early base, and now Nuke starting to roam down at least a little bit, debating. Hiding in fog, just kind of threatening. Information here from the side of Team Heretics isn't perfect, so they just kind of have to assume the Orianna is everywhere, or rather the Karma is everywhere until she shows her face mid. Spyro now the one to roam down, but Labrov already wrapping. Nuke on the chase in, hook into the wall, doesn't even need to connect on the target initially, just some good poke, and that's going to suck because Nuke's just going to keep free-firing these Mantra Qs under tower, and it's just that much harder for Spyro to play the lane. Adam, going out. No, he's not out. Perfectly timed. Barely able now to bring him back. Might as well be a solo kill. Adam thought he had the angle, but Wonder going to find the kill.
Didn't have the ghost back up. Knew that Wonder had his, so he was always going to get chased down in that scenario. So tried for the only thing that he thought might work, which was the ultimate, but just barely clicked with Wonder. And he's going to have to be backed away. But at the moment, I mean, nice job by Jankos to get something back, because BDS kind of running the bottom side of the map at the moment with Nuke having this much pressure. I didn't think the Karma would be able to keep up as much control as she did, but this has worked really well for Nuke into the Orianna.
And the good news for the side of Team Heretics is they find that very small window of opportunity where TF does not have Ghost. They punish him for ulting in just slightly the wrong spot. That means a kill to Wonder. Things get a lot easier for this Cassante. The Iceborne, the slow, going to mean a lot more kill pressure in the 1v1, a lot more threat. But awkward sequence in the mid lane there where finally Spyro finds the angle to set up the shockwave with Trimby hovering in the fog of war, but by the time it comes through, Trimby's already started to back away, the play starts to fizzle, now you're just down an Oriole, and you haven't really done any meaningful damage to Nuke.
But that's the thing, BDS have pretty much understood what Heretics are doing on this bottom side of the map for the last few minutes. They've had great vision control, did just get cleared out on the bottom side, so they are aware what Heretics are trying to achieve in the mid lane, so Nuke relatively happy to go. Now, don't really have much damage for the Orianna there, you're never really going to kill Nuke, so he's happy to just keep that pressure up to allow Ice and Labrov to get more control on the bottom side. They already got a turret plate as a result.
Ghost, Adam stepping up. Dodging the Q3 is big. Wonder, I don't think he has enough of a health bar. It's time for another one, and it's a quick solo kill. Casual for Adam on the top side of the map, just walking the Cassante down, the sidestep on the Q3 clutch.
The ghost diff, man. Every single time we've seen a play on top side, it's the fact you've got those little legs moving that bit faster and they're able to get out of there. And Sheo, over on the bottom side, just wants to try and cover Jankos. Dragon started with the push for BDS in mid and bot, but you see there's not really much that Zwire has to deal with in mid lane. So can just try and move over here. Shockwave just up.
3 plates now down in the top lane tower, 1.2k individual gold lead for Adam. Nuke zoning Jankos away. Won't make the same mistake the Team Heretics did, not allowing that jungler near the objective. Second Drake to the side of BDS. They are running this early game. 2.5k gold lead. Spyro just trying to clear out that wave as much as he can, stop any potential follow-ups.
And with it being Chemtech Soul, this is where BDS, I think you just forego the next several dragons. All you want to do is go, hey, we've got Nuke who has push in mid, fantastic. Next dragon's up, we're going to shove mid, abandon bot side, immediately go up towards top side and start to play around Adam and make sure that he's going to be in an okay spot because he's already got one of the solo kills, he's nearly got that terror chip down for himself as well. And once you start to unlock Adam on the map, you're in such a good spot as BDS. But this is great from BDS as well. Like, this was one of the styles that we saw them work on at the start of the split but couldn't quite get together. And maybe Adam won't be left together.
Pulled back, stunned up by the bear and the big man. Wonder grabbing the response kill. Top side is the only side of the map where there is action, but it just keeps happening.
I should have said nothing, Drake.
And it's a ghost diff every time. Who has ghost, the other guy dies. Wonder has ghost, Adam dies, vice versa.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a lot of that back and forth. But again, I think this is where BDS can start to invest resources up towards that top half of the map. Yeah, you got his Zeri, but you're going to be totally fine. The problem is, though, with Adam dying, all of these Void Grubs going across to Heretics is a massive takeaway from BDS. I think the real thing I'd like to actually see BDS go for and play for to try and counteract this is going to be the Rift Herald in 2 minutes' time. Oh, well, just over. But I think the big thing is getting Ice to reset to play off of Adam's ultimate. Because if you can get Zeri up into that top side to threaten the tier 1, you can draw a lot more resources from Flacken and Trimby. You have a little bit more push from Zeri on that bottom side. And then you can get Adam to shove out bot and start to teeter up towards River and create that numbers advantage that we saw at the first Dragon as well.
Definitely. I think the concern right now, the side of Team Heretics, is Jax looks pretty great into this composition in most fights. Depending on how many resources they're willing to burn, it opens up a lot of space for Ice as well. But that said, when you have 6 grubs, if BDS ever make a sloppy cross map, if they're not, 100% confident in their objective take, it's really easy for Team Heretics to trade up with the extra tower damage. But for now, have not found that opportunity. Adam just continues to be a nuisance on the top side of the map.
They have Nuke on the bottom side, so they're going to basically go for the same play, but with Nuke investing his TP rather than Adam's ultimate. But Nuke can have to back away because Heretics happy to forego the Rift Herald setup and immediately just look for bot side tower and get some gold onto Flacken instead. So Heretics is saying, look, we got enough out of Void Grubs. Let's just, well, take the tower plates and get ourselves into a decent position here.
Remember, this is, probably would have been 1 plate, is now a quick 2 plates. They're going to be a bit behind on the reset. Might catch out Lebrov. Yanko's just going to walk away. Second plate does finally drop and go into the back pocket of Flacken. Looks like Blade of the Rune King going to be the first item.
Yeah, I think it's impossible for Nuke to know how many members of Heretics are on that bottom side, so it makes sense to disappear, because it could be Yanko's, it could be Yanko's Trimby, it could be a lot more problems, and maybe Ice could be the focus here. We're going to be able to just walk on out of that one, but BDS, they're still going to get control up onto this top side? No?
Uncertain. The resets did come through from Yanko's. They know he was there. Now they're not quite as confident. A bit of a split decision. They pull the Herald out. Now they're going to keep that going. Adam there to hit the eye. Yanko's wandering in. Will he get the cheeky steal? This is very close, but no. Eye goes to the side of BDS.
Yeah, I think once they knew the Flacket was the one defending bot tower, they were like, cool, there's no way that you can actually have members here to outnumber us because we can always have Nuke teleport into the play. And even with Flacket resetting as well, might give a bit of opportunity for chip damage onto the bot side tower here. I think the reason we're seeing BDS reset here, though, on the top side is because they don't actually know where Flacket is. Now going to spot him on the bot end, so we'll know at least for the moment that they're going to be fine in the top end.
Seems to be the case. Curious that they've opted to put Flacken in the bottom lane and not in mid lane. I guess feeling more confident about some of the interactions that Orianna has with maybe jungle support as opposed to the Varus. But it does also give them priority access to the Drake in 50 seconds. Now, Team Heretics can move up. They've already pushed their vision line forward.
But this is the thing. I think now they're going to rotate Flacket into the mid lane. Flacket should be able to try and put pressure on towards mid, but I think this is where, for BDS, I think you forego third Dragon. And I think this is going to be them trying to break away from tendencies we've seen from them, not only this year, but last year, is Dragon being their main focus. With it being Chemtech Dragon, it doesn't really matter. Shove mid, start to rotate towards topside. Nuke can clear out waves now that he's hit the Malignance as well, and you can immediately start to punish Wonder, who's fairly overextended on that top side. I think he knows it as well. Just going to crash that wave and get out of there right before the Dragon sets. But there is no need for BDS to fight.
Pick onto Lebrov, or at least is what they're trying for. Lebrov will hook out to safety, so the trap kind of fizzles there, and Scryer's Bloom can at least spot out Team Heretics. Yeah, I think as much as I can see what you're saying, the nuance of it being Chemtech Soul, but not being as important, clearly BDS are still prioritizing this objective to a certain degree. That's it. They haven't brought Adam down yet, and that's big.
it's also, I think, they are just like, hey, we are quite strong. You have Static Shiv, Malignance, the Triforce. There are moments where they're hitting these spikes, and I mean, Adam's managed to get on the top side, so it could be just a case of BDS feeling, hey, as long as we look juicy, Adam's going to get the work done anyway.
But this is the thing, is it's, yes, you've stalled Dragon stacking for Chemtech. Sheo's still going to poke his head in. Maybe he can get another steal. Ice is already pushing that mid-wave in. Gold is just getting deleted there. Wonder now being forced to TP away. And this is an opportunity for BDS to go in, knowing that they have a man advantage. Sheo already roaming over. Sheo, does he want to flash? Hesitancy from BDS. Don't want to overcommit to the play. Obviously, a lot of CC tools for the side of Team Heretics. But Adam wanders in, makes sure that they get the objective there. Herald Charge will not connect as Flacket clears it. And overall, the gold on that play, hugely in favor of BDS, even if it does mean conceding the Drake.
Beautifully done from BDS. Nuke, though, doesn't want to get himself caught. Will be able to escape. Yeah, on it, look. Nuke's flash being burnt, a little bit overextension, but apart from that, really, really well executed. Labrov looks juicy, ends up being able to escape away from that. You get the tower topside, you get the play on mid lane. That was exactly what you wanted to do there from BDS. And honestly, I love character growth. That is not something we would have traditionally expected from BDS.
Look, we're into the next season, man. You got to understand, you got to keep the character development coming as Jankos is now running. Hoping to develop a bigger health bar here as Sheo dangerously close to killing him. Does get the ulti out.
It's plot armor, man.
Yeah, but it's a concerning sign for the fights to come. Sundered Sky, you know, feels really good when you're getting those procs, but in the extended trade, Sheo hitting hard. Labrov. Okay, that was a psycho hook. That would have killed him. He is very fortunate that that did not connect, but BDS, again, 3 members bottom side. Team Heretics are here to match, but Adam just eats towers. There's no response. Nuke already in top lane to stop the push coming through from Wonder. Tower about to fall bot lane. They will keep it going. Trimby really desperately trying to find the setup with Spyro. They have the combo, the Alistar, the Orianna in theory, but the ward is already there to cover. BDS pretty meticulous with their vision control this game.
And all they're trying to do is stop Heretics from connecting. As long as Labrov and Ice are playing far up like that, they can't connect with the members that are on the map. You can see Spyro gets pushed out into that bot side. You have to retake this space as Trimby and Jankos, which is really difficult to do when you just don't know if, well, Adam could TP in a moment. Now, it is still on cooldown, but still the thought is there. And you can also look towards, oh, hang on.
Adam walking up, seeing so many members mids, means he can just fish for the 1v1, the gold card present. Shield now popped from the Saros, but that just likely means that the bot lane tower will fall. BDS committed a lot of resources mid, I think maybe hoping to catch Ice out, but because nothing comes from it, they concede so much. Wave topside pushed in as well, and BDS can just push further in on bottom side if they so choose. They have such great information.
Oh, nice.
Oh. Fighting off a little bit more than he can chew, though. That's the knockback. Sheo wondering if this is the opportunity. He believes it is. Flash out to safety from Labrov. It's clean. Ice for now, untouched. Flashback from Adam. A bit questionable there overall. Labrov definitely caught out, but luckily BDS are there to cover. Now Jankos has to be careful about stepping too far forward. Labrov. Bold recall. That is not where you want to be. My man caught shopping.
And it was so close to being clean from BDS. They get the bot tower, they were establishing vision on the bottom side, but small mistake from Labrov. I'm not sure if he thought he was going to get like a proc or some sort of indication that he had spotted someone in the bush thanks to the E from the Nautilus, but ends up just taking a bit of a lazy recall and gets caught out with this. Unfortunate, because I was really enjoying the way BDS were starting to play out the map, but just small mistakes now are going to give it control to Heretics, where they can reset, get out on the map quicker, start to push in, look towards control for next dragon that's in a minute 35. And it's not really like BDS can very quickly turn over towards a Baron. Yes, they've got good damage, but if you're caught in the pit there, Heretics will destroy you.
Yeah, they don't really have that super beefy frontliner, right? Like, Jax will mitigate some damage. They do shred the Baron with the sheer amount of characters just building sustained damage on this team. But you're going to take a lot of damage in response, and the follow-up potential with a champion like Orianna, with the Varus ultimate to kick things off, can make it devastating. Right now, Team Heretics just trying to fish. Trimby waiting in the brush here. Other than Labrov, though, it's pretty hard for them to lock down an individual target. Ice has cleanse, has flash, parkour over the wall, and Mantra W for Karma still super, super annoying.
But I think that Mantra Q should actually be on the bottom side of the map. I think the issue right now is that for Adam, he's a little bit more vulnerable if you're going to end up playing for, we're going to dodge Dragon and play for top side instead. And I think that's probably something we're going to see BDS go for again. But if you are in that situation, Karma just being able to easily wave clear gives you more value. So I'd prefer to see, and it's actually Nuke on this bottom side, because he still has a teleport, he can still join the fights, but You can see Adam not going to be able to put as much pressure down, but just going to reset now anyway. And maybe we just get a full shift onto, we're going to ult Adam into this top side. He's going to sneak in and shadow Nuke in these situations and maybe look for the play onto Wunder.
Team Heretics again, fighting now to get a little bit away of Prio, to contest some of the setup that BDS have already put down. But it's Ice who's first on the mid lane wave. Vision being cleared out. Now instead, Team Heretics looks like they're trying to play through bottom lane. Relatively low health tier 1 there, so if BDS overcommit onto the Drake, they can just play for the counter push on the objective, but with the looming threat of a Twisted Fate TPing into your backline, this is a tricky one. All right, battle lines have been drawn. It's time for the Thunderdome. Screw the bot lane tower. BDS paying some money just to be here as that wave does crash into their tower, just gets deleted. Sheo trusting himself in the 50-50, and for good reason. That's third Drake getting pulled back now as the stun comes through, but Blacken again, just uncontested on the backside, starting to layer down damage. Forest with a quick double kill, shredding through those health bars. Ice still alive. Lightning crash is there, it's triggered. Starting to skate through the fight, but Team Heretics, good disappointment. Yes, they lose the objective, but getting 2 kills is nice for that big gold deficit.
It's going to give it a lot of control to Heretics as well if they're able to, I was going to say, continue the push forward. I think they could have committed members to, hey, we're going to push mid-wave, look for mid-tower off of this one, because I think this was maybe a window to really punish BDS, but at least they'll still be able to get back out on the map faster with the reset timers, but there's no real way for BDS to threaten the back line. Wunder's in a great spot here to move Ice up into a position where he's not able to really get access into the back line, because Wunder is always going to be able to threaten him. Same with Trimby. It's just about buying a huge amount of time for Flacken to continue his free hit, and let's be real, Heretics just have the beefier front line. Like, Ice is doing just as much work as Flacket is, but just not hitting on 2 key targets, whereas on Heretics, Flacket is.
Yeah, and you can see how simple it is for Team Heretics to play fights when they're on even footing, when it's not the TF flank, when it's not a main advantage for BDS. They have an Alistar and an Orianna. It's one of the oldest combos in the game. Even in the context of that fight, yes, Flacket is the one getting the kills. He's playing it very well, but it is the setup from Trimby and Spyro that makes that fight so easy. And for Nuke, this is the problem a lot of the times with the Karma, is it feels like you have Mantra Q in these mid to late game fights and very little else, because if you're in range to tether the Alistar, he's in range to combo you, and you're going to die a lot faster when he's got backup than he is.
So though BDS, at least at the moment, Ice still doing a very good job because of the static shiv of being able to control that mid wave. So it does open up moments like this where BDS can attack side lanes. I'm wondering, very cognizant of that, immediately going to move away from this top side of the map. And at least that'll buy some space for Adam. But I think this is where we've been seeing a lot of BDS play mid to side lanes. I think this is the moment where you try and reverse that. You play Adam with push and top to TP onto mid and try and pick off Flacket. Flacket still has the cleanse available, but there is so much CC that can go onto him if you can gain that numbers advantage for BDS.
And you have to be careful. Don't want to give the Varus too much time. Varus versus Ares scaling, you know, it's always tough. Orianna, obviously, such a big shockwave can be big, but crucially, you know, Baron is now on the table and Nuke doesn't have Flash. So if Team Heretics can find a window of opportunity to start this objective, it's really easy for them to pick off this Karma. Nuke has to be very careful about not overstepping in side lanes. It's just going to catch that wave on the bottom side of the map. Does still have the TP, of course, to come to the fight.
The reverse is true for Spyro as well, though. If he ends up overextending the spot side, you can see how often Adam is just dipping into Fog of War. There's always a chance he's resetting and just shadowing Nuke. And if you are this Orianna, that's a miserable time for you in side lane. So you do have to be very careful with how far you push for Heretics until you get that deeper vision established.
And I think the #1 way that teams, at least in this split, have lost leads is side laners overextending. Whoever it is there, whether it's an AD, a mid laner, a top laner, it doesn't matter. Especially against champions like Twisted Fate. We've seen so many players stay for one more wave, stay for that cannon creep, die, and then immediately cost their team a bigger objective like the Baron or vision setup for something else.
And that's, you can see at the moment, Heretics, they don't move past River. They don't have the vision. Yes, you've got this one ward that is keeping some information alive at the back here, but they just can't really over-aggress because BDS aren't showing on waves. Ice isn't really in a position to go forward. Nuke hasn't shown on bot wave in a little while. Obviously, they show up now mid, but there is so many opportunities for them to just look for a pick as you try to establish that vision with numbers advantage. So they're just taking it slow, and it's giving this time for Ice to shove in mid, let BDS establish vision on top side, and just open up avenues for Adam to continue pressure. But Sheo going to be able to, just hop out there.
Commits to smite. Not sure if he has no charge. Looks like he does. Cooldown timer coming up back quickly enough, and all is quiet. 1 minute until the next Drake. Perhaps it'll be another Thunderdome. Summoner spells coming back for Nuke. Gearing up for the full-on 5v5, Rob. What did we say? What did we say at the start of the day? First thing we said, skip 20 minutes forward, let's get to the 5v5s. Doesn't matter what they draft.
I'm so sorry.
Here we are.
I don't want a 5v5. If I'm BDS, I'm like, we have 15 minutes to play with until Dragon is an issue with Soul.
No,
we just go.
I'm gonna check with the scriptwriter right now. I'm sure it's gonna say 5v5. It's mostly how we always end games, but you know, the classics are the best for a reason. BDS, if they can find a pick though, again, both sides push their waves out. While they have this brief advantageous state, they play down vision, then they linger in that vision, they look, they fish for these picks, they square up for what could be a full-on 5v5 as Wonder. Not too recklessly face checks there, that is a tanky Cassante.
Yeah, and this is where you're fine.
Adam. Gold card, it resets the dash from the Volibear, but he's just not quite fast enough, but he is if he has flash! But now he's just forced to walk away. Sheo there to cover. That hurts for the side of Team Heretics. On the backside, Wonder fishing for the angle onto Nuke. Adam now isolated. Ooh. Ulti from Varus not connecting. Devastating. Team Heretics have to be really careful about taking this fight. They've burned all their cooldowns. They have no business continuing this 5v5. Oh man, the sunk cost fallacy is real. BDS are just gonna run to Baron. They know they're stronger. They do not care about this Drake. Nuke's just gonna poke. All right, Team Heretics. You've used every relevant cooldown for the fight. Outside of 1 or 2 ultis, can you stop this Baron?
Look at Nuke though. Nuke's just being a pain. He just wants to try and slow them down with the Qs, see if he can get. Will it buy enough time? We said they could burst it. Yeah, they can't get in.
Ankles has no flash. There should be no way. Trimby's trying to kick this fight out. They've already got the Baron. Nuke's on the backside. BDS now running, ready to sacrifice Labrov if necessary. Flash out. Can he hook back to the wall? Yes, he can. Ball of CC's not there. Ice dipping, diving, dodging around, but Trimby desperate to keep it going. Again, they just don't have the shockwave. Flacket trying to get some damage down, but Ice is now starting to turn the fight back. They know they have the cooldown advantage. Team Heretics not respecting the difference in power. The cooldowns available to BDS.
That was so many mistakes. A domino falls and Heretics panic and knock over the whole bunch. You see, as we go into this, I'm not even going to get to see it, but I want to keep my eyes on Nuke as this one goes on, because Ice is actually doing a relatively good job here, getting a ton of damage off as this goes forward. But watch where where the rest of Heretics are positioned as Flack tries to come in. Nuke managing to come in from the spot side, zones it off as Trimmy goes in, but Flack is not in a position to really follow up. He's late behind the rest of the party, so BDS are able to deal with him. And Nuke, because of Nuke's positioning, it's really difficult for Flack to try and move into that position, because a Malignant's Horizon-focused Karma will deal so much damage and set up so well for someone like Labrov to follow up in that situation. So you just get stuck as Heretics way too far without the necessary pieces in place.
And hindsight's 20/20. I cannot say what Shockwave would have done there. Adam flashed anyway, even if there wasn't quite enough Orianna burst to finish him off. But it's likely you kill at least 1 or 2 people. It's likely you at least take away some of these Baron buffs. Instead, you essentially walk away empty-handed. And now you have to deal with this onslaught. So many of these champions have left alone. Every single one of these champions have left alone. We'll just start taking towers. And Team Heretics cannot afford another fumble. Their next execution has to be perfect or they will lose this game.
Labrov needs to be careful, going to back away. Adam already pushing in mid. Curious if he just holds the bot. No, he's actually just going to take the mid lane tower, but always an opportunity to just immediately rush to bot side as well if he really wants to start pressuring that lane as well. You're going to do just that. And Heretics, this Baron buff going to make it very difficult to deal with everything the BDS have available to them.
Definitely frustrating. Jankos waiting in this brush. We saw it yesterday in our series as well. It was Irrelevant who's hiding in the brush. The win that SK was able to garner so much because of that flank. Or was it Oscar? That was a different series. Never mind. No, yeah, Irrelevant. Sorry, I can't keep track. Too many people hiding in brushes. Nuke was caught off guard. The death bush never fails, but it does have varied success because this does mean that they're giving up a decent amount of health onto the inhibitor tower.
Ooh, can they kind of finish that off? No, they're not going to stand in fight to give it the Baron buff. But it also meant that you don't get the play for Adam on bot side as well. So Nuke, bit of an overextension there, will end up shutting down some of the pressure, and with Baron about to wear off. Heretics, I mean, it's still there. The base is still standing. They've still got at least 2 outer towers that they can try and play around, but definitely bleeding after that last one. It's just going to be a minute 45 until the next dragon. I think that's really where Heretics, again, going to try and at least use the fact that BDS have to reset here to try and establish some vision on the map. But Adam should be able to continue that pressure on towards the top side. Nuke will be able to move into bot, start to push in there as well. And as long as they're able to keep this pushing on both side lanes, it's really hard for Heretics to deal with.
Yeah. Tough to respond. We'll see how much BDS want to prioritize the next Drake. It is Soul for them if they can secure it. Baron, of course, only about a minute away from that, so not really in a position where both will be active on the map if they're quick enough on the upkeep or uptake. And, you know, we like to meme Chemtech, but it's a pretty big deal given that a lot of the strategy that I think is going to keep Team Heretics in this game is just hitting that Orianna ultimate or catching out Lebrov, who's a little reckless here. Hooks out to safety, and Team Heretics don't have enough information to follow up there.
I think he saw Jankos on the top side and was like, oh cool, I can start to cheat in here and get some vision control, knowing that at least we should have a numbers advantage here, but didn't expect 3 members of Heretics to be waiting in that bush, so didn't have the support of Sheo, didn't have Nuke in a position either, so he has to back away now. You still get to shove it out, you're still going to get your vision control down, you're probably more than likely be able to get the resets if you need to for BDS, so they're going to be fine in this situation. And even now, drifting Adam down, this is going to be some sort of fight for this Dragon.
They will commit to some kind of fight. It's had a lot of spectator objectives this game, where one team kind of just wanders around, maybe jumps in, goes for a steal. It's worked way more than it should. But Team Heretics can't walk in. They have no vision. They have no mid-prio. Bot lane isn't pushing hard enough for anyone to care.
Tanky man, though, who can
they
just
have
walk
one
in there,
very
so.
tanky man and a bear and a big old cow. And that is enough to force BDS back, at least briefly. That's the power of having better frontline.
I mean, I've heard hero stories start with less, but Heretics, they need a hero right now. They need someone to try and find a fight that's going to work out for them, and I feel like it is going to be a flash Trimby into Spyro ult to find multiple members of BDS to set things up. As long as it's not Ice, though, BDS will still have a good chance. Ice has got to be the main target. He's dealing so much damage at the moment with these 4 items.
There's a ton of CC in setup, though, to make Ice's life a living hell. Has to play flawlessly, push now there, but at the same time, Wonder's cutting the wave. Adam, no ulti, already TP'd into the mid lane. Sheo in the back of the pit. Maybe just gonna hope for the 50-50. Finding the isolation, they're pushing forward to the objective. Wonder now unstoppable, wants to get Sheo out of the area. The Dragon now taken down. Adam and Sheo off to the wrong side of the fight. No shockwave used it from Spyro. Again, the placement has to be perfect. BDS looking, hoping for some vulnerability in the armor of Team Heretics to move in and take the fight, but honestly, well played by the side of Team Heretics, cutting the wave from Wonder, stopping the TP in.
They lost mid tower though. The inhibitor turret was the casualty of that play, yeah. Where BDS, they end up using Adam's ult to get behind Wonder with the wave, push in, and get that mid lane tower, at least get the chip damage they needed. So it is the Dragon going across. It's still a major tower objective for BDS. But again, it's Heretics kind of starting to sneak away some of these objectives. And now with Baron up, it becomes a little bit more difficult again for BDS to start to play out fully on these side lanes, because 3 items on towards this Varus, you're going to start to do some major damage.
Hoping to force Trimby's ultimate out. Get the flash at least. Adam locked up for a brief moment. Flack had taken a huge chunk of life. Excellently timed hook by Lebrov. Locking down Wonder and BDS. Again, in a situation where these small exchanges have put them in such a favorable position to start the objective. Shockwave going to be big here. They're grouping, they're looking for the fight instead. Eyes on Spyro, eyes on the ball. The BDS are aware of it as well. Not going to let themselves group up and get caught out here. They know it's the only way they lose this exchange. Sheo and Adam can just 2-man start the objective here. The rest of BDS ready to zone off as necessary. Grouped 5 members of Team Heretics, feeling a little dizzy. Not quite sure what the right play is. Taking a bit too much time to make their decision. They've already lost the objective, and now finally they'll start to step forward, but the fight is already fizzled. There's not an opportunity here. Instant follow-up now from Sheo. Pullback coming through. Ice again, untouched on the side. Keep your eyes on that Zeri. Damage not going in the right spot, and in comes the TF on the backside. Nothing Team Heretics do matter in the face of BDS. Again, their patience, the execution, just better in this game.
The team fights for BDS have been so clean in setting up Ice consistently to deal the damage he needed, and unfortunately Heretics panicking to cover the potential play from BDS in mid lane. BDS will find the success that they need.
BDS dancing around Team Heretics in these fights, not giving them any angle to leverage the AoE damage, the power of their composition, the stronger front line, playing at arm's reach, playing for the win and taking it in our first game.
And a huge amount of it was BDS getting the early leads that they needed to, being able to find these towers to open up the map. And there were a couple of team fights that were a little bit shaky, but sure, Heretics consistently over-investing. You get way too many ultimates at that Dragon fight. You get the flash forward from Trimby to try and set up the fight, but Flack not in a position. It was a lot of over-aggressive moves that ended up coming back to fight them. And then BDS just absorb the punch and fight back.
Yeah, BDS absolutely out-executing. A couple glimmers of hope, I think it's safe to say. For the side of Team Heretics, we'll have to hope that they have more than a glimmer as we head into our second game. For now, though, we're going to head to a quick break. When we return, the analyst desk at Game 2.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad.
Talented.
I can get broke. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
have. Bold recall, that is not where you want to be. My man caught shopping.
Looking at Jax, come look at Jax. Yeah. Jax, do this. Guys, 3 people are charged. Look. Okay, careful. Ready? Go. Look here.
Alista. Go. Keep going. It's hard for me to join here. Only you guys. Keep going.
I'm not
Nothing Team Heretics do matter in the face of BDS. Again, their patience, the execution, just better in this game.
Welcome back to the LEC. BDS taking the lead in this best of 3 series against Heretics. Coming into this today, Broxa, we said there were 2 different drafts that we've been seeing from teams. We've been seeing the picks, we've been seeing the team comps, and it felt like we got a little bit of both.
Yeah, and honestly, I was expecting Heretics to be the side playing the Twisted Fate and playing side lane with Wonder, but Adam played Tia for the first time in his career in an official game, and he did it so amazing. Sure, there was some hiccups here and there, but I think the general idea was there, and I was pretty happy with the way they played.
Yeah, definitely agree. You know, they kind of dipped their toes in both pools, right? They had a couple of very strong, reliable team fighting tools like the Jax and like the Norless in particular with the Zeri, and then of course, you know, sort of a little bit of more flair with the Twisted Fate. And I kind of agree. Coming into it, we probably would have had expectations. We didn't necessarily quite get to cover them of Heretics kind of playing this comp like BDS have and vice versa. So to me, not only is it very nice to see BDS play a much more macro like heavy style, and we'll get onto that very soon, the fact that Heretics had relatively okay matchups and didn't actually necessarily even get to punish with some of the more reliable tools that they had was probably the bigger shocker for me coming out of this game.
Yeah, for me, it kind of throws my mind back to the interview that we had with Adam earlier, where he was like, I don't know, maybe we're gonna play a Zero, maybe we're not, maybe some teams will, maybe we won't, and then they ban it, and then they're going to picks that none of us expected, which is a good sign from BDS because they had to make these changes. But an even better sign was the fact that the way that they executed this composition by playing the map perfectly, especially in the early game, had set them up for success time and time again.
Yeah, I think when you look at this comp, you need to realize that the strong point and the aggressive point of Heretics is the Volibear in the jungle, and it's the Varus that wants to play really aggressive in the early game. The problem is, Twisted Fate top is just gonna leave, you know, top lane, base, ult back on the map and get an advantage for his team. You match Volibear with the Jax, so Volibear can't actually play aggressive early, and Karma is great into Orianna, can easily follow, and all of a sudden the advantage you wanted out of the Varus and the Volibear is negated, and BDS just utilized this pressure from Adam so well. Like, he was slowly building up a huge lead in top lane. And I think one thing you really need to be mindful of when you play with Twisted Fate is that the advantage that Heretics has with Cassandra is generally, in most team fights, they're going to be stronger. So you need to realize, if you can push out side lane with TF before the objective spawns, you're in a great position where Heretics has to decide, do we want to contest the dragon and lose a turret? Or, you know, what do we actually do? It's kind of a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's kind of funny because a lot of the habits that BDS tend to have are structured around a lot of these Dragon objectives in the mid-game specifically. And the fact that they just give up the third one, and Heretics, it seems like mentally are just like, well, why are they not here? Why are we not seeing a 5v5 play out? It's just, again, it's a bit of a macro masterclass in this particular sequence. And Heretics, I think, after that point, even though, again, like you're mentioning, they've got the Orianna Volibear, they've got the Alistar, they never really found too many good opportunities to actually abuse it. And even when they kind of got okay options like this one here, it's like, well, BDS are already so far ahead in gold that this is just more of a like half a comeback in terms of the gold deficit that they found themselves in.
And I think after that one fight, BDS was really good at realizing how they need to play the comp. Usually Heretics would just run right at them with Cassandra, Volibear, and Alistar frontlining, but BDS quickly realized, well, we don't necessarily have to engage. They are gonna all in. If we kite back and survive the initial engage, we can fall back, they will never be able to reach our Harrys, and Ice was just free hitting every fight, completely destroying them.
Yeah, and it's kind of the power of spacing, right? And when you don't have consistent lockdown, right? I talk about Alistar and Orianna maybe being like a reliable source. It's not Nautilus, right? So if in the case of BDS, you're able to just get all of these shields and speeds up, all of the dashes back, all of the stun cards you have to walk through as Team Heretics, it's really, really difficult unless you're basically just finding a wombo combo. And again, BDS spaced out well enough that they only really gave them one throughout the entire game. And even then, it wasn't a game-winning play.
Look at serious damage. This is the power of good team fighting, understanding how to play around your zones and kiting back when the enemy team walks at you, because Ice could just freely hit every single fight.
But it's also the gold advantage that was grown over time from the side of BDS, and that is due to that successful early game. Whereas when we're looking at Heretics, they had their chances at making their composition work, but that didn't necessarily translate that well. So coming into the next game then for me brings the question in regards to how can Heretics set themselves up to actually be able to play against the early game of BDS? Or is BDS just going to throw everything around the complete 180 to what they're used to and start playing their team compositions again? And then we're like, oh, well, how is Heretics going to do?
I think Heretics need to find out which style they actually want to play, because with Cassandra or Rihanna, you're kind of setting yourself up for the late game team fighting and scaling, but then you have Volibear and Varus who want to play really aggressive and make things happen in the early game. And if you have one foot, you know, in each play style, it becomes a little bit awkward because nobody can really fully do their job. So I think them just choosing what route they want to go will make a big difference.
Yeah, and with Heretics as well, getting that blue side, they will get the first picks.
Yeah, they will get the first picks, but I kind of disagree because I feel like BDS have a pretty good example of having their toe in both pools, right? It wasn't an entirely dedicated pick comp, and it wasn't necessarily an entirely dedicated teamfight comp, but they're able to, you know, find their avenues and spacing around what Team Heretics are working with. I feel like it was more about Heretics not really finding the windows to, like, say, try and abuse Karma mid with, like, a double ultimate combo between the Volibear and between Orianna, or, again, you know, playing around perhaps, and this is actually a big point for me, it was on-hit Varus into Jax, into Twisted Fate cards, into basically all of these very annoying to deal with abilities that if you're on hit, you don't really want to be in the range of those skills. And to me, I feel like it kind of hampered perhaps some of Flackett's ability to actually get damage out, even though, you know, not contextually, fundamentally, he should have a very strong core around it.
I think the counterpoint is, if you want to play that kind of style, you shouldn't go on hit Varus to begin with.
Yeah.
If you go Varus, you have to play really aggressive and win your lane. Otherwise, just lock in Jinx and farm for late. But
100%.
Let's see how they adapt.
The laning phase, particularly as well for the bot side of Heretics, didn't necessarily go in their favor. They were being pushed out quite often by the side of BDS, so that's something to be keeping in mind. But again, a heavy emphasis on taking away the Ashe and the Senna here.
Yeah, one adaptation we're seeing from Heretics is last game they banned Olaf first, now they banned Jax instead. This means Adam could potentially go for something like the Olaf, but we'll see. The Orianna prior stays the same, and I think the Jax ban just showcases that they want Jankos to be in a position where he can play aggressive and where he can dominate Shio. If you lock in jungle in 2-3, Shio can match with a counter like the Jax, and it's difficult for Jankos to do his thing.
Yeah, I do wonder what adaptations BDS will have with the Jax out. I feel like in terms of jungle pool, Shio's not necessarily going to be super stripped for options. They're definitely very set on the Zeri, that's for sure. It's more about whether or not they want a more consistent form of engage again, like the Nautilus. Hovering over the Annie, it would definitely be a very, very solid answer in the mid lane, I feel like. And again, give them an opportunity to find some snap engages.
Yeah, I kind of like the Annie approach. I mean, generally BDS seems to be saying that they have enough scaling coming out of Zeri. I mean, sure, they can have the Karma, but even more so. Yeah. But now, they need to find the aggression. They need to find the tools like the Jax and TF that last game to actually bring these two to the point where they outscale and take over team fights. We need some form of aggression on both sides.
Yeah. I feel like, to me, I think the one thing that Heretics were really missing was a point-and-click CC last game. I would like them to just straight up, well, the problem is they're going to need an AD in this 2-3. I would have loved for them to go Nautilus. Maybe they feel like Flackett's champion pool is deep enough, right? And we've certainly seen a plethora of options from his time here in the LEC. And he's going towards the Kalista. So now, again, it's kind of that very much you have to be aggressive on the bottom side. My big question really is, will Zvyro be able to actually, you know, push out this Karma and allow Jankos to actually have a lot of freedom to very consistently move down towards that bottom side?
Well, the thing is, the Joker, so to speak, in last game was Adam on the Twisted Fate, roaming down, pressuring the map with his ult, not letting Wonder do absolutely anything. And now, locking in the Olaf early, you know, kind of showcases they want to go the same route. They want Adam to put Wonder on the turret, use his aggression to take over bot side. And I think with Karma, that pick makes so much sense.
It's gonna enable him a lot in the mid game, to say the least. I wonder if this is BDS kind of throwing down the gauntlet and saying, okay, your game plan is probably gonna be, we're gonna try and throw as many ganks down towards the bottom side. We're gonna lock in Olaf on this 3, ban away 2 picks that can't really, or that do a good enough job at kind of sort of surviving the lane, and then we're gonna stomp the top side whilst you're trying to get resources out of the bottom side. And Zeri will eventually still be Zeri, right? As long as we've got the tools to shut down the Kalista in the mid game, we're happy to take this trade.
One thing we need to see from BDS's side here is some form of reliable engage. Last game they had the likes of Nautilus. Maybe they could look for a Nautilus on 4 again if it doesn't get banned. They could look for something like a Vi in the jungle perhaps. There's different directions they can go, but they're already going to have very strong team fighting. They're going to pressure in top. They just need the comp to be more well-rounded. Some additional frontline and engage, and then they're good to go.
Looking particularly, though, at how far we're in the drafts right now from the side of Heretics and the side of BDS, I'm looking more towards that jungle top lane synergy and whether or not we'll see more focus from the side of BDS towards the top lane just because Heretics wants to focus their resource on bot.
Yeah, it feels like it makes the most sense. I feel like this is a very... If I'm Heretics, I'm really scared of a Sejuani pick here. I think if you've got Sejuani Olaf on top side, I think it's incredibly hard to contest with Volibear. And even if you get an okay counter matchup, it kind of gives BDS everything they need. Engage, frontline. I'd really like to see them remove it away. They go for the other option in the Vi. Now I feel like Sheo probably goes towards this on 4. If I'm BDS, I want to hold on to support counter pick, even if I know I might abandon the Kalista. But at the same time, they also need to take away the Nautilus, so they're kind of in two minds about it. It seems like they're going to actually give over the potential jungle pick, or I say give over, wait until R5, or rather, lock down the Nautilus because they don't necessarily want to have to deal with the consistent engage that Team Heretics would then have on that pick.
Taking the Nautilus here does make a lot of sense because, again, they just need reliable engage. Nautilus is the main guy to do it. You could go for something like Arakan as an alternative, but it just doesn't do the exact same. And even just being able to drop the R on Kalista in team fights is going to disrupt her entire kit. Now we are seeing an aggressive top laner coming out of Heretics, which I think is huge for them because that was one of the issues last game. We are going to need to see Wonder not necessarily stepping up, but being in a different position where he can actually fight back Adam. And with these, top sides, regardless of the choice coming out of BDS here in 5, top jungle is going to be pretty spicy. There's going to be a lot of volatility up there.
Yeah, but I feel like it has to succeed because right now, from what I'm seeing on Team Heretics side, even though, you've got the scaling of Zeri, you've got added utility through the Karma, Team Heretics' composition is very, very scary in the mid game, right? And I feel like the versions of Team Heretics that we've seen so far through our regular split, with a composition like this, tend to be decisive enough to try and pull ahead, and usually they will close out. Wasn't the case in Game 1, of course, much different style there, but here, I feel like BDS need to find a strong answer in that 2v2 in the top side. Hovering over the Viego for now. Again, I feel like they want one more form of engage, but if they go towards this Viego, and they do, they really do need to run over the top side matchup and ensure that Adam doesn't have a rough time in this Rumble matchup because we've seen it happen before.
Yeah, but we've seen it as well from BDS where they put all their eggs in the top lane basket, so it's not necessarily a playstyle that they're not familiar with. But from the side of Heretics, though, in terms of the answers that they have through this draft to be able to deal with BDS, what are their chances?
Well, I love the adaptations coming out of them because one of the things they missed last game was early game power, someone that could fight with the Volibear, with the Varus. Now, they have Volibear again, they have Kalista, which is similar to Varus, but they also have the Rumble, so they actually have more threats and more ways to play forward. And I think with this draft, it can really go both ways. I think bot lane is going to be a pretty key element because getting the push in bot is going to affect the top side with the support roams and potentially AD carries roaming. Kalista, being on Heretic side, should secure the push, and then it's really going to come down to what happens around the Grubs, what happens around Herald, who wins the top jungle fights that may potentially happen.
Yeah, I mean, to quickly round off, I think Team BDS, they probably want to try and snowball this Olaf as much as they can, but it's in a very, very difficult matchup, and Heretics have an incredibly large advantage in the bottom side, so it's going to be difficult to pilot.
But this is also Heretics' chance to be able to bring it back and push it to that final game of the series. Whether or not that's possible, let's find out as we're going to be heading over to our casters. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ginny in the desk. It's like a band.
I was going to say, yeah.
Some previous
we can work on an album.
Era. We'll figure it out later. We don't. Brain bad. Hands good.
League of Legends good.
League of Legends good. It's a sync, Rob. We're coming together. Bring it together. Synergy. Synergy definitely.
Synergy good.
What's going to be needed here from the side of Team Heretics? I would love to talk about bot lane. I think bot lane is a big deal, but I'm not. Instead, I'm going to talk about top lane because this is not the first time we've seen Adam's Olaf into a Rumble. Now, last time was Photon's Rumble, and he got cooked, roasted, on the Rift and off the Rift, after Photon just kind of 1v9'd his entire team. Wonder we'll have to try to replicate that performance here. This is a super volatile matchup. Any small mistake can cost you the lane. So as interesting as bot lane is going to be with his Kalista Alistar, or this jungle matchup, I feel like we're just going to have to keep going back to top.
Yeah, I agree. It feels so much of this game is going to be decided on, can Adam run down Heretics? Because if he's in a position where he's actually in a lead or even coming out marginally ahead, he's in such a good spot. Nuke being able to speed him up. You got Labrov who can get those guaranteed point-and-click CCs. And there's no one to stop him. It's not like you have a huge amount of opportunities to try and keep him at bay from chasing down Flacket or anything like that. So I think at this stage, I'm expecting Sheo and Jankos to be putting a lot of attention up into this top end of the map. And even Adam walking into that third brush as well, trying to see if he can get a little bit sneaky, maybe catch You wonder as he's walking into lane.
Interesting decisions at the start of the game. Of course, Sheo starting on the top side of the map can still path up to top side if he wants, may indicate that he's pathing down. But with double combat sums for Flacket and Trimby, an early Volibear gank could be devastating for the BDS bottom lane. Ice does not have cleanse, he just has the Ghost.
Yeah, Sheo actually going to start Raptors, immediately go into this bot side and wrap back up. So I think he'll be playing off of a bit of a different timer than he was in the last game, where it was, hey, I'm going to clear my top 3 and then immediately try and at least cover Adam in his matchup. So I'm curious to see how he wants to try and approach into that top hand. The map, half the map should be there just as Adam's able to get that wave bounce back if he is shoving in that top lane, which it looks like he is at the moment, yeah.
And gotta say, while they have opted for the same mid lane matchup again, I think a lot of the previous game, the struggles early game for Spyro were kind of built on the back of struggles in other lanes or struggles in other matchups. It wasn't necessarily the Orion into Karma, so not surprised to see it for a second time.
Yeah, and I think as well for Jankos, the opportunity to try and play off of maybe not the push from the Karma in the mid lane, but the push on bot side meant that he could have tried to invade on spot side jungle, but instead we're just going to have him moving up towards top side. So both junglers immediately going to be putting a lot of pressure already onto this top half of the map.
Who can get any kind of meaningful edge early on? Adam, for now, getting pushed in his favor is mid laner still fist fighting. Karma Mantra Q still unmissable in lane.
But this is where it gets dangerous, right? This is a terrible lane state for Adam because it will slow push out, right? But you can see already where Jankos is going to be positioned. So I think this is where Adam going to at least accept the wave underneath his own tower. Should have Sheo there to cover any sort of dive. So should be relatively okay, but definitely does not want to be chunked out before this starts.
Does not wonder, of course, going to overheat. Need a few seconds to get that meter back up, and Jankos now shadowing on the push out.
Because this is a very similar play that we saw. It was Vitality, Photon playing literally Adam into this matchup, and a huge amount of it was on the same side, trying to push out Adam on this bounce back. So Wonder was it was Photon was able to get that decent reset, gets the kill and immediately takes over. So Adam at least not falling too far behind, but Wonder should be fine now to get this wave crash into the lane.
Sheo here to respond. Crucially, one of the melee minions just wrapped around the wave and ended up revealing Jankos on the play there. You can see he was immediately pinged out, or I imagine he would have moved into at least the second or third brush to try and punish a potential gank from Sheo. Both junglers have now wandered away. But at this stage, Wonder has to be careful. Obviously, the further you push, the more lane there is for Olaf to run you down, and it is always a bit of a gambit.
I think for Wonder at the moment, though, he's in an okay spot. Has a health advantage, still has Ignite as well. So should be in a position where if they go toe-to-toe, I think Wonder does come out on top. And especially with Sheo now, we already saw as clear, he's going to be moving back into his bot side camps respawning. So I think he'll need to go for a reset off of this, taking the scuttle, and it should be in bot lane. So it give an opportunity to Wonder to try and punish Adam underneath the turret, which is he's doing right now. Just try and get that overheated, well, not overheated, but the amplified damage on the Q.
Yeah.
And Jankos just trying to cover bot side here as well now, making sure that Sheo can't get involved here.
Early on, push still going in favor of the BDS bottom lane. Imagine some of that's just to do with Nautilus, Riptide early trading a little bit more favorable than Alistair, unless they're going to go for the complete all-in. See what they can do on the bounce back. Very quiet. Now, yesterday, like the previous game was not that bloody. Really only in the final moments we see kills start to come through is much more about the early map movements. And while we, kind of sold,
serenaded by
while
Rumble.
we're kind of, I was gonna say we kind of sold. We're like, guys, top lane, John Wick. Like, sorry guys, we meant John Wick 4. He's kind of just holding up the suit jacket and spraying wildly. It doesn't quite hit the same as the first one. That might change here as we get closer to level 6 and the Ragnarok and the Equalizer become available.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember Gears of War. I remember watching. Oh, hang on.
Yes, here we are.
Okay, flash, but yeah, I remember it was like. Promise that I'm going to be like popping out of cover and shooting people and like in and out and all this, and it was just wildly spraying over the wall. Felt very.
Yep.
Very similar, but Wonder. That brought a great.
We're gonna come back to that because I have a lot of love for that game. But for now, the top lane setup is there. Rob body blocking the Electro Harpoon, and it's a wave state sort of game, Rob. So anyway, you would be right. But for those degens like myself who got really good at the second and third one, or in my case, watched your friends get really good at it, and you sat behind the cover.
I think you're already wrong.
No.
So
you can animation cancel every form of movement in that game, and it gets disgusting. You look like a Riven player on crack. You're so good.
Myself and Oshin were both very, very good at the first one. And all I remember is playing a significant amount of hours on that. But yeah, you'll never replicate the long shot in game 1. The long shot in game 1 was the perfect weapon. I loved it so much. And then they messed it up. I was about to say a different word in game 2 and 3. And it really
We're
hurt
getting
my
lost
soul.
in the fill. I feel you. I understand. I feel the same way about the Halo 1 pistol. It took them a lot of games to get that back. That said, witty point to tie us back into the game. Here we are. I don't have it, man.
Beautiful.
Nothing is happening.
Speaking of cover.
Important updates. Swiftness boots on the top side for Rumble. Wants to walk away from the Olaf. Olaf buys the best early item purchase in the game. It is Hex Drinker. This item is so disgustingly good. Everything else for early defensive itemization just pales in comparison. But needs to get in range of the Rumble. Needs to be able to run him down, which still might be tricky. And BDS, they have the push. They have the setup. But are they ready for the bear? Nuke just trying to stop the Orianna from joining the party. Yanko's uncertain. Will not go forward. All right, the play fizzles. Nobody gets the Drake. We're resetting one more time.
No, I think it was a good call from Nuke, though. Being able to punish Spyro there meant that they weren't able to get control, and BDS trying to regain control on bot side. Trimby going in, forces the ult from Sheo.
Nice.
That's huge.
Good reaction there from Sheo to immediately ult to stop the CC from coming through to go unstoppable, but clearly anticipating a Volibear waiting in the darkness that wasn't quite there in time. Does walk away with his life. So just a trade of cooldowns. And now it's Team Heretics' turn to start the objective, but they are standing on Skull Vision. BDS, without ulti for the Viego, do they actually want to walk in to contest this one?
I don't think you can. I think you just give it at this stage. Even with the push, Wunder had disappeared from the top side as well, so they weren't entirely sure if he was going to be moving down. I think he just went to get a little bit of vision control for himself, but either way, Heretics, nice pickup, and especially when you got a Callista, you really want to be trying to secure these early objectives at this stage of the game. Plus, the fact that they have the thing like Exhaust on towards Flack, it means they've just got a little bit more combat strength on that bottom half of the map as well, so I think when BDS lost control for Sheo, it was a good call to just back away.
Temperance, patience. Gonna concede that one, and we return. And Team Heretics, again, 3 grubs. You got early buffs. The goal, not significant advantages really anywhere, as Sheo continues to just clear out a little bit faster than Yanko at this point in the game. But Team Heretics coming ahead of the buffs. The question is Wunder ready for the 3-man dive? He should be, because his jungle, or sorry, his support and AD were running up top lane there briefly, but maybe he just equalizes the wave and walks away.
I like this attention from BDS though, and you can see Trimby trying to get up here as the wave crashes. It's going to be a little bit late.
Equalizer.
Yeah, okay.
Immediately BDS back off. Clearly the call. Hey, the second he ults this way, we just walk away. Enough pressure to take that Rumble ult out of the equation for any upcoming fights or exchanges. A minute until Grubs. Likely the Rumble will not have that, or Wunder will not have that, excuse me.
I mean, I think you're all right for that though. You will get it back up for Wunder just after it spawns. It's not like a major cooldown on that ultimate at the moment, so I think you'd be fine. And the fact that Wunder didn't end up dying to a huge amount of investment from BDS on the top side is pretty big. So even the wave lost here only just really equals up the CS and also the experience that already Wunder had gained for himself. So you're relatively happy with the way that this has gone so far as Heretics, and also then getting control onto the bot side too will give you a nice bit of opportunity here for Trimby to establish vision if he wants to deeper into this bot side jungle, although Jankos hasn't really had that same synergy that we expected to have with Trimby over the last 2 games. That was kind of the big highlight that we had coming into today was, hey, we're going to be linking up to see these two work together, but haven't quite seen it yet.
Yeah, it really has not been the case in the series thus far, at least early on. A lot more lane focus in this game from both sides, a little bit less roaming, although there were some appearances outside of bot lane for both supports. Kind of just tracking to see what the next big play is. Team Heretics, despite not having the ulti, not too concerned, just going to move up, try to get the grub buff. I mean, this is going to feel great. Second game in a row that they're going to have 5 or 6. BDS clearly do not care at all about grubs.
Yeah, they're even going to rotate Wunder down to bot side as well. So I think Wunder just going to ult the wave on bot side, and then it looks to try and punish Adam. A Rumble in general will do much better in these lane swap scenarios because he can just ult the wave. Makes it very hard to try and deal the damage you need to the tower. So I actually like this from Heretics, trying to just punish Adam in the matchup where he will now, should be able to push out top side, but we need to rotate to match Wunder on this bot lane, which at least for one wave should mean that Heretics are ahead of the play.
Yeah, but now Black is going to crash this wave. Will grab at least 1 plate. Won't be able to stick around for much more. Could just take 2 autos here. Maybe even 1, honestly, if he waits for the grub dot, but isn't going to wait for it. Starting up another. So Team Heretics a little bit ahead of the play overall. Rumble already roaming up. There's not really a lot in terms of objectives to contest here, but can look to catch BDS in the rotation.
So they think Adam's going to come mid because the wave was already lost on bot side. So Adam had time to move in towards mid lane and try and make something happen. So they just wonder, smartly moving to mid to cover if Adam tried to make a play on top side, and they just went to forego more waves, or if there was any sort of funny business. So nice job by Wonder to just try and cover any of the potential plays that BDS could have gone for, since Adam was guaranteed to lose that bot lane wave.
Small advantages. Okay, only 300 gold. I mean, such a close game.
Yeah, and then Wonder's just going to clear the way. Welcome to the interactive lane.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody. We really oversold this. Wow, I really like last time we saw this lane matchup. They were like multiple deaths before level 6 on both sides.
Adam.
Yeah, Photon very far ahead. This time it's you know, both sides just posturing. You know, kind of bar fight style. Do what you want. Do what you want.
Yeah, you're like grabbing your friend's hand and putting it on your chest, saying,
hold me back, hold me back. Yeah. Like whispering in his ear, I don't want to fight. Please hold me back. I need to preserve my masculinity in this moment.
As fragile
but I don't
as
know
it
who
might
doesn't
be.
want. I would assume that they both want to fight. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But I guess for Wonder, he knows that he has kind of the edge in terms of team fight impact in theory with the equalizer.
Exactly. Yeah.
As long as he stays a little bit or reasonably ahead of Adam, that will just be the case. And the more that he can force, you know, MR itemization, the easier it'll be for Flacket to tear through the Olaf. As Trimby, there's the vision. BDS content to watch.
Nuke should be able to reset and get the Malignance for himself, so maybe this is a moment where he just shoves top, resets, and you TP in for the Dragon fight, because I don't think it's a terrible idea trying to play off your one-item spikes for BDS, but I don't know. I think Spyro, I don't know if he just got the interrupt or Nuke was scared of the play there from Spyro, but Spyro has completed his item, so if you're Heretics, this is your moment to try and put pressure onto BDS to start the objective before you get that reset from Nuke, but Nuke just got, no, actually going to cancel it, so yeah, I think Heretics, you're in an okay spot as long as you see Nuke on top side.
Ooh, Trimby not quite getting the pulverized. Knockup is there, so they force the ulti out from Flacket. Team Heretics now down a pretty relevant cooldown, but Trimby holds on to the ultimate as Nuke and Spyro trade blows. Favoring Nuke, but Spyro got the plate, so it doesn't matter too much. And the Dragon going down, 1-for-1 in Drakes. Here we are.
Yeah, I mean, for Heretics, I think that was a missed chance.
Yeah.
So you haven't got the reset for Nuke. He's sitting a substantial amount to go to the moment. You can see he just reset, got his boots, got Malignance, was in a...
Flacket's in trouble. We've seen this one before. Is he Flacket? Is he Stixay? This time he has the exhaust. It might be enough. Adam in trouble. First blood. Gets the 1-for-1 though. Credit to Flacket. Manages to get something back.
Very close to being able to get away from that, but Rift Herald now up and available. Heretics have to push on mid, could try and go for it, but Spyro going to start to move into this bot side to try and cover. I wouldn't be surprised to see BDS forego. Actually, well, I was going to say forego and move Shea into bot side, but he's going to be moving in towards his top side jungle. But yeah, Flacket thinking he was safe and just gets run down by the Viking. Very close thanks to the exhaust being able to manage the 1v1, but just not quite enough in the tank.
Yeah.
But the Terror Shot finishes him off.
Gets the flash out, gets the ghost out at the very least. And it does open up an opportunity for Yanks on the top side to grab the Herald. So not the end of the world, certainly. Still not behind in terms of the individual 1v1 matchup. Might be a bit frustrating for Wonder, but Wonder also holding onto a gold lead. And again, almost non-existent, the goal difference between these teams. Herald should be the first notable difference in this game in terms of bigger advantages. But I will say, I feel for anyone and everyone who has ever picked Callista into Adam. This is a man who in the mid game will just wait in any brush and ghost at you. Whether it's a Garen, whether it's an Olaf. I've seen him do it on Darius. You just
The Garen is terrible.
Yeah, you probably just never feel safe playing against this man.
He just plays everything that's like, hey, screw you. You're just going to have a miserable time.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
sorry.
the amount
Did
of
you
fights-
want to interact? That's a shame. 'Cause I
Silence,
want to
ulted,
silence. I'm a
dead.
spin. Yeah, pretty infuriating. He doesn't even have any armor either.
Who needs armor when you just kill them?
True. That is the best CC.
It's the Viking way.
Yeah. Or if you're playing against an Olaf, a wall also works pretty good. Wall is very effective. Team Heretics lack the walls at this moment in this composition.
Yeah, I kind of was hoping that they'd have a little bit more for Adam at this stage of the game, because yes, he did get the kill, but it's not like he's massively far ahead. You can still see like nice gold lead in mid and bot. So for Heretics, you're kind of cool with the game going a little bit slower because you get to a point where Spyro comes online. I think once you get to 2 items, you just pop off with Wonder having a ton of damage, Flacket having a ton of damage, and at least Spyro doing relative damage. But
I feel like we're in a very similar situation to where we are in the previous game, where if Team Heretics layer their cooldowns well, and I think it's easier with the Callista Alistair combo than it was in the previous game with the Varus Alistair, just because you have a way to deliver Alistair multiple times over, you know, it can work out really well. But if we have another game where they're hesitating or not laying those cooldowns perfectly, it's still just like shooting gallery mode for Ice here.
yeah, I think at least with the Rift Herald now, Yanko's going to move in towards mid lane. They saw Labrov on the bottom side and would push him mid. Maybe they want to try and put it down, but yeah, I think it's just Heretics being very hesitant to try and put their foot down anywhere. And I think there's been a couple of moments where you can try and like blow open this game, but again, like the loss sends you down to the lower bracket, or potentially 3 losses away from exiting.
Yeah.
It's not a great time to be.
Spectrum on to Trimby. Ulti on to Flack, even if he pulls Trimby back. A TP now committed. Ice Lightning Crash as the first kill picked up. BDS take their time, a bit of an extended play, but managed to grab that first kill onto Flacket. Good call out to just immediately ult the Callista and not going anymore into the Alistair.
Nice pick. Yanko's going to look for Sheo.
Sheo Spectrum on back, wants to go for the stuns. Spyro needs to be careful where he's going to throw the shockwave. Sheo no ulti.
This is great from BDS though. They're putting pressure mid. They already have Ice pushing that in. And with Sheo stepping up there, you're able to get the access to the bot lane tower that you want as well. So Heretics just being pushed away. So BDS again, it's kind of very similar to what we saw in the last game. Playing through side lanes, outpacing Heretics in a lot of the plays, and a really great opportunity netted for themselves to find that pick onto Flacket.
Yeah, and a surprisingly quiet series thus far from Team Heretics bot lane. And we were kind of ready to, you know, game 1, let it wash away. You know, did kind of a difficult draft. You're put in a difficult situation early on. But again, we see this priority. Flacket, boom, early game, aggressive 80 carry. It was Varus game 1, it's Callista game 2, paired with this Alistair, and they're just not really netting any early game advantages, and the coordination hasn't been there in the fights either.
And now Ice set up in the mid lane, will be able to push in. 2 items completed for him. He's going to be quite a nuisance in these team fights, and for BDS, as long as you can keep mid lane pressure, you can see Heretics, they have to try and respond. Dragon going to be open for just a few moments, but it gives BDS the little bit of an opportunity they need to just sneak into River and start to clear out some of the vision that was already established from Heretics. At this stage, I think you need some big combo. Trimby fishing.
Spyro a little bit far away here. Trimby, ooh, not quite getting the angle. Was hoping to get knocked all the way back, but it looks like the root from Labrov now came in. Equalizer across the side. Adam forced to retreat, flashing back to the safety of his tower. Labrov set up, lock up onto 3. Nuke now stepping forward, but again, Ice remains untouched. He is stone cold as he keeps this one going. The follow-up Nugget is there, though. Sent back in. Courtesy of the Callista. Trimby on the second rotation tries to bring it back, but it is not enough. The resets for the Viego are there, and BDS take yet another fight.
Nuke sniped Flacket at the back of the fight and managed to completely decimate Heretics follow-up in that play. The Orianna doesn't quite have enough, but see here, Trimby not getting the combo, but Flacket as well, using that wall you pointed out so nicely earlier on,
yes.
Dracos, to get away from
counter.
the Olaf. But then there's no real follow-up damage because Flacket has had to back away. The re-engage from Labrov is great, but watch, as Flacket moves up here, the snipe from Nuke catches him straight onto the back line, takes out the Callista, and there's just no real follow-up damage after the re-engage, especially as Wunder uses the Seeker's arm guard he just picked up to just look like a statue that BDS are waiting to come out with.
Ice laughing. No kill pressure onto him, but if there's a way for us to look at the team fight damage in that one, obviously heartbreak for Trimby, right? That's a frustrating fight. You're so close to turning it back in your favor, and this has been a series where you've been throwing punches, but none of them have been landing. It's like those horrible dreams where you're in a fight and all of your punches just fall short. I feel like we've all had them. That's how it's felt for Heretics, and it's so soul-crushing. It's confidence, you know, crushing, which is not something you can afford in these best of series. Yes, you have the luxury of falling down to the lower bracket, but you know, Team Heretics wanted more this season. They had more in the regular season, but if they 0-2 these best of 3s, they finished in the exact same spot they did in winter.
This is where you get the orange juice into you. Just get the sugars back. Start working towards another fight, because realistically, if Heretics continue to let BDS dictate the pace of the map, BDS are going to absolutely decimate them, and it is heartbreaking to see those little moments where you do mess up, but this is a curious one for BDS. I mean, they have full control of top and mid, so not a bad call.
Alarm
they
bell
just
should
don't
be ringing,
really have
though.
a huge amount of damage to finish this.
We've seen a lot of 50-50 Barons yesterday.
They want the TP from Spyro. That's all they're looking for. But
has all, but the Baron's getting lower. BDS.
Pull the trigger. Get the TP.
Try to complete it. Trimby getting the fight started. Flacket isolating Adam off to the side. Objective not going to get stolen away. Sheo manages to secure that one. Keep your eyes on Nuke. Just layering down damage. Viral wants to turn this one back to the flash over the wall. The confidence from Nuke. Playing flawlessly on the Karma, and the fight just continues. In the middle of the river, BDS again find the angle. Flacket forced to run.
And they got the Baron as well. BDS got everything. Heretics didn't want to pull the trigger to get Viral in, and now Flacket being chased down by Ice. Ice gets the shield. We'll chase him down.
Wants to lock him up.
Oh, let's hit
He just doesn't have that. It's just too much. Lock into the Iron Solari clutch there. Or used previous in the fight, excuse me. Just that extra bit of shielding from Karma clutch there. And now Sheo can continue to push if he wants to. He'll reset, discipline, frustration on the face of Spyro. They know that they had a lot of opportunities over the course of this series to kind of take things into their own hands, but the execution wasn't quite there. And as a result, they're in dire straits once again with no luxury of an additional game. Trimby isolating Sheo. Sheo sticking around for the tier 2. Yanko's now following up. No ulti available for Sheo. He will just drop here, but can he take Trimby on the way? No, he gets the reset, and now he can't ult to safety. That's the worst possible thing that could have happened. Oh, infuriating for the side of Team Heretics.
And they're going to lose a tier 2 on the bottom side as a result as well, because Karma's pushing in. But here, Viral continue to push on the bottom side, but they spent too long deciding whether they want to engage. Yankos can't get into the pit. Again, Ice completely untouched in this fight, whereas Flacket is getting run down by an angry Viking. And yes, Wonder's trying to get some damage down, but this is just too much damage to handle on BDS and so much backline threat. BDS can just run them down.
And Nuke just having a good time. It's relaxed for BDS. They kind of started the Baron, as you highlighted, maybe just hoping to get a TP. We're able to take it. Get the follow-up fight as well. Ice doing so much damage, and Nuke as well has just been landing Mantra Q after Mantra Q after Mantra Q. That one doesn't connect, but so many of these fights have looked like the scrim Karma we were promised for so long. Just endless Mantra Qs with that cooldown reset coming through, even post-nerf. And now I don't know what Team Heretics can do to stop this siege. It's not like they have the late game scaling angle with this Callista.
But for BDS, this has been fantastic. A team that we said highly reliant on their team fights, starting to play out map states better, starting to learn over the course of spring. This is exactly what we wanted from a team who wants to grow, and you're seeing some of these results here.
Certainly, and we saw some of this more side lane focused play in the previous games. Aggressive start on the Baron, pulling Team Heretics in, clean execution on the team fights. Positive signs for BDS. Again, they made top 4 before, but looking to go even further, looking to challenge the top of the table. Slow siege. Team Heretics get one more set of cooldowns. But BDS, I mean, they can do this however they want. They can push forward, they can risk it, give Team Heretics that opportunity, give them one more full-on 5v5, or they can just take this tower and walk away. And I don't know if Team Heretics will ever get another shot.
They kind of have to do something. This is a Hail Mary. It's going to look like an int, but honestly, you kind of have to do something because you're just getting poked out. The range coming through from Nuke.
Yanko's
There's
no
nothing
help.
to do.
I mean, he needs to go back already. Lebrov now going to start the fight by going in onto Wonder. Nice little bit of poke, immediate follow-up. Reset already there for the Viego, and once you start losing a fight against this champion, you do not stop. Flacket trying to make the heroic effort. Still has a decent amount of health. Still alive for now, but the rest of his team just dying, falling apart. Yanko's going to ult out to safety. The stolen body of his support doing much more work than the actual thing in this one. Sheo, another reset. BDS slaughtering Team Heretics. We thought it would be close, Rob. Not even remotely close. Vitality. Recognize now the opponent standing in front of them. That one's going to be a banger.
That's going to be a banger. And honestly, with the way BDS were playing today, Vitality had their work cut out. This was very, very clean from BDS. Taking control in the early stages, not giving any sort of real window for Heretics to come back in. And it felt panicked at almost all points in time.
Difficult, I think, on a team coordination level. But of course, BDS won the day. You can vote for your play of the series at LEC on X. Top lane Adam, bot lane Ice, support Lebrov. I mean, good moments across the board, won't lie. Overall, not the series I was expecting. Again, we talked about it on the podcast, talked about it on Euphoria. This was supposed to be the close series. It was not the close series. This was quite a one-sided affair.
It really was. And I think big step-ups across the board, right? I think Ice, fantastic in team fights, both games.
Yep.
And now you're just going to have to see if BDS can keep this going against Vitality.
We'll have to find out. Remember, all these best-of-3s getting played this weekend. Not a lot of time for Heretics to consolidate. But for BDS, a solid win. We're going to head to a quick break when we return. An interview with Lebrov and Sheo for our second series, G2 versus Mad Lions Koi.
Our first match of the week of the spring playoffs starts with a winter finals rematch between Mad Lions Koi and G2 Esports. Elyoya and friends shocked us all in winter by making it to the finals and even taking a game off the behemoth that is G2.
Newcastle do it all, but the Emperor has other plans. I love you all. Elyoya and friends are going to finals.
Before being swept away.
You could be a rookie, you could be a veteran, but nobody takes a title from G2.
Now in spring, they'll meet in the first round, and a win here for Mad will make a statement to the rest of the bracket, putting some weight behind the words of the so-called best ADC in the league.
I just agree with him. He's the best ADC in the league.
Normally, G2 would be considered the overwhelming favorite, but it wouldn't be the first time that we see a Lion take down a Samurai in spring.
Our times will start ramping up, so I definitely just want to make sure we have a spring split that we can be proud of.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Flackett's in trouble. We've seen this one before. Is he Flackett? Is he Stixay? This time he has the exhaust. It might be enough. Adam in trouble. First blood. Gets the 1-for-1 though. Credit to Flackett.
No flash. I'm tipping. Let's fight. Let's go. Go for it. Insane. Nice. Go mid. That's all you guys. Kalista flash, yeah. Volibear no flash. We win. Oh, Penta. Actually, I can get Penta.
Kill them.
Focus. We win. Nice. Let's go.
Welcome back to the LEC after a victorious 2-0 from Team BDS. I've got here with me Labrov and Shio. Merci for joining me, guys. Now, I spoke a little bit with Adam earlier on, and he told me, well, we 2-0'd them in winter, easy 2-0 again in spring. Labrov, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, going into the series, I was confident that we would win. I didn't expect to be at 2-0 or like having like a clean series. I think the game one showed that we still have a lot to learn, especially in mid-game. I think we make a lot of mistakes, and we are overall like too nervous on stage. So, but other than that, I was still confident we will win today.
Absolutely, and people have seen what an incredible development you've had, Shio, from joining the link to right now. Chatting with Adam, he told me that you play a lot of Lee Sin and you popped off right before the playoffs began as well. And now joining into the series, no Maokai's, no Sejuani's, no Zinzao Merchants. You went into the Jax, you went into the Viego. You know, the Jax was even banned in the second game. So how has that development has been for you? And why have you been robbed from even being a nominee for Player of the Game?
I think last year our playstyle was more like controlled and less around skirmishes and more like around team fight. So I was going to play only Maokai and Sage, and now I have a stronger bot lane that I can play through, and everyone is like playing limits Loki on lane, so I can play as well setup like Sejuani Maokai, but as well Lee Sin and Viego, so it's really good for me.
Now, of course, this must put a lot of pressure on you, Labrov, because your top lane is playing a lot of carries. There's not a lot of engaged tools over on the top side of the map. However, you did have a Maokai and a Sejuani once upon a time that had some engaged tools, but now it's all on you to find the angles, to create the space, to find the engages for your team. Does that put any pressure on you?
No, not really. I have trust in my teammates, and I think they also have in me. So, like, I know basically that if we play like the game well, like we don't need like to have like the noob champs, like I don't know, like Malphite ult or Sejuani ult or Maokai
ult. Or Sion ult, for example?
Sion ult, yeah,
right.
exactly. And yeah, we can like win the game even without these champs.
Of course, and when it comes to somebody has to take the player of the game, of course, who would you say deserves that one? You have to be completely unbiased. He's pointing at himself.
Me? Labrov, he's the best.
I mean, that was a little biased because he was pointing at himself.
No, it's my opinion.
All right,
thank you.
And Labrov, for you?
I don't know, it's a close one.
Okay. You have to be unbiased. Who would you choose?
Me.
I will say Seo because he played like new champs, you know, and he performed well.
Okay, you guys both suck at these predictions. It's going to be Ice over in the bot lane. Q on Zeri is a very powerful spell, so he gets Kia Player of the Series. Now, Labrov, real quick words about how the development has been between you and Ice.
It has been going pretty good actually so far. I think he's like really skilled player, and he's also like a very funny guy and like humble, and honestly just like an amazing feeling like playing with him. So I'm looking forward to going deeper into the tournament.
And we're looking forward to that too. Guys, again, congratulations on a very clean and quick 2-0. We're going to throw it over to the desk. Ginny, take it away.
Thank you so much, Trouble. And welcome everybody to the match of the week. With BDS winning 2-0 against Heretics, that means we're ready to gear up for G2 up against MDK. Before we do it, both of them literally just went, is me? That was not the case. But either way, for this one particularly, it's the Winter Finals, being a complete rematch here at the first game for both of these teams in Spring Split. I know it was like, let me copy your homework and make it a little bit different, but I did not expect this one.
Well, if history is to repeat itself when we compare to Spring Split, MDK is not supposed to be leveled up yet entirely. You know, they're going to be knocked down into the loser bracket, and then they're going to shine and make the dream run. But I'm curious to see if we can avoid a similar timeline and actually have them play the way they played at the end of last split already now, because then this could be a close battle, especially because G2 is coming off of last week where they didn't look particularly strong.
Yeah, it's two different contexts for both of these teams, right? G2 did not look great, or 1 and 2 scoreline. Mad Lions, you know, finally kind of woke up throughout what was a very, very slumpy Spring Split here. And I think for me, naturally for Mad, there's going to be a sense of revenge in their mind of, okay, we made it all the way to finals just to get knocked out by G2. The problem that I really find myself is that G2 is a different beast in playoffs, right? If Winter is anything to go by, they're going to have random stuff prepped that Mad Lions may not know about. And to me, that's always going to be a very, very scary thing.
It's something to look forward to indeed, but it also brings a question in regards to what we've been seeing from G2 throughout the regular split, whether we'll actually get to see that today. Because when we're looking at MDK particularly, they have that fire to succeed. You mentioned it yourself. They had an incredible lower bracket run last time around. They have that. Their entire goal is to lift a trophy, to take down G2. It's a rivalry that they're looking forward to. And particularly for this setup, it's going to be all eyes on Elyoya and Supa, because the interview we've had with them right after their walk-in here for playoffs, they were just the two happiest people and they were supportive of each other. We can see that both off the server but also in game.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, I think this is only a rivalry if you ask MDK, because so far G2 has been stomping them this year, and I think more than anything, I would look at this as an opportunity for them to really show that they can actually match G2 and step it up, because winning today would be huge for them. And I think Elyoya has been great the past couple of weeks. I think Supa has been great. And some of these guys are really going to have to perform as individuals for this to work.
Yeah, it's a matter of pride, pun intended, because yeah, if they lose, then it's just going to suck. They're going to have to go through this whole lower bracket thing again. And don't get me wrong, whilst they looked great in Winter, sometimes miracles don't repeat themselves twice, right? And I think the fact of the matter is a lot of the league has leveled up compared to Winter moving into Spring. I know there's always discussions about level of play. So Elyoya and Supa are going to have to be the main guys that really do step it up. Elyoya has been very supportive, like we've mentioned, of Supa. And I think the entire of Mad Lions as a whole definitely need to try and make sure that as a team, they're locked into a particular identity and they're ready for, whatever G2 has to throw at them today.
Yeah, and we're looking at Elyoya and Supa on the side of MDK, but then you're looking at G2 and you have Hansama and Yike. And their synergy has also been going really well. And Hansama, when you're looking at some of the best, if not the best AD carry in the league, he is the player that comes to mind.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the ultimate test for somebody like Supa to really show up and prove himself, because Hansama falls in the category of probably the most aggressive AD carry we have in Europe, at least looking back at the past year historically. And if you can go up against him, dominate him, and win, with your aggressive jungler through bot, that really showcases that you're here, not just to participate, but actually to win.
Yeah, it's really funny because when we talk about mid laners, we normally talk about for new players coming in, it's about hopping over the line of Caps and Humanoid, but I feel like for bot lane, it's actually Hansama, right? That's the standard that a lot of ADs are held to, and there's been a lot of talk from Supa Zen, very, very confident talk. Now it's about actually proving it in the 2v2.
And that's exactly what we're going to be looking forward to, because we're ready to head into the first game of the series. G2 going up against Mad Lions Koi. Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Yeah, bot lane. Like, there's a lot of places we can go, and the draft is probably going to tell us more than anything about where we should be focusing, but these are bot lanes that kill each other a lot. A lot of 2v2 kills in lane. And it's going to be very different to our previous series where nobody killed anybody, and then the game ended. Mostly. Hopefully. That would be a pretty impressive caster curse if I somehow stopped both G2 and Mad Lions Koi from fighting people, which I don't think has happened in a single game they have played.
If it got to that stage, but
hey, look, I'm just saying, you want to give me omnipotence? Great. I would prefer if these two teams fight. We'll find out. Players taking to the stage now. Cheers to the fans. G2, winter champs. A little bit of a downturn in the final week. A lot of loosey-goosey early games. MDK, heard it on the desk, finally coming alive as our coaches take the stage. How's that, Dylan Falco?
But I want a bloodbath. I want it to come back to what we got in winter. I want that same finals, bears. 2v2 kills, they say, in the bot lane. Everyone was going hard. Mira was bringing out some crazy picks. Like, I want to see both these teams at peak performance, because it feels like G2 on a bit of a slump. Mad Lions Koi starting to come out of a bit of a slump, but still a lot to kind of improve on.
Yeah, momentum is a real thing. I don't know if you preserve it week to week, but in this match of the week presented by Uber Eats, I hope that we get a little more spice, a little bit more flair, because it's a brand new patch. There is room to experiment. There is room to try stuff. Of course, maybe teams are reticent in this first best of 3 to show their hand, to show everything that they've been cooking, but we've been scrolling through solo queue, and there are some spicy picks getting tried, getting attempted. Just sprinkled into some of the games. Mostly it's the vanilla stuff, but every once in a while, they pull out something crazy, that licorice.
You get the, licorice? You've been in Berlin too long.
No. Like, licorice is important because it's like one of those things where you either love it or you hate it. And I feel like that's how a lot of people are going to feel about some of these more unique picks. We do have a client restart, so we will be a little bit delayed getting to pick some bands here. There's a big counting exercise. He can't get past 4. That's a little concerning.
That is tough.
The funk music will continue to play regardless of the state of the client.
But I think, again, coming into this, I want to see Oyoya really getting the ball rolling in the early stages. I think he's been fantastic. Like, when I think of Mad Lions Koi, have you ever read The Discworld? I think of Oyoya as the grade at 2. And then there's the 4 elephants that ride on his back are the rest of Mad Lions Koi. And then they hold up the disc that is the MDK fan base. And I think it's basically Oyoya will sacrifice himself for the good of the 4 elephants. And he is on a journey to create the Mad Lions Koi. And
I just have a question.
Okay, go.
Is it an LPL thing that you guys keep talking about elephants? Because Hysterics was the same yesterday in a much weirder context, in a much bolder way than I think with your Discworld reference. I'm just trying to, is this an LPL thing? Is this something we need to learn from?
I'm a master of disguise.
Yeah, okay.
But no, I want to really see this come to fruition. And I think Oyoya has been great at being the backbone for this squad, and then Alvaro helping him out in that one.
Okay, you could have gone with like Atlas. You could have gone with Greek mythology. Like, nah, Discworld. More relatable. More people will know it.
Terry Pratchett is incredible.
Terry Pratchett, Sir Terry Pratchett.
True.
So, give him the respect. All right, Rel does make it to the picks and bans. Nautilus actually the one banned away alongside the Vi. So most of the reliable point-and-click lockdown options have just been taken completely out of this draft. Rel still remains a flex on this patch. It's next patch where jungle gets gutted.
The Azir ban, not surprising. I think Caps is definitely one of the players that could make that comeback performance happen when he got his hands on the Azir. You'd oftentimes see G2 leave him in the side lane and just off to his own devices. So he could come back later and be a big old strong bird that could whack people. But yeah, Ari, and immediately the Jinx. So Supa definitely going to be getting the hyper carry treatment. It's just a case of, I believe they're going to need something a little bit more aggressive for Oyoya here. Like Ari into a Zinzao, into something along these lines could work out really well for Oyoya to provide that mid jungle that can then support Supa and Alvaro in the bottom lane.
Yeah. So scaling, I mean, the second we see Jinx, it's like hard scaling, right? Ooh, the Lucian now coming in, and the Nami pairing. Not surprising in the context of perceived power picks, but not a historically super successful champion. Noah did win on it yesterday, but I think that was a little bit more about his mid laner than the bottom lane, and I will reserve too much judgment here as I am a notorious Lucian Nami hater. But obviously,
yeah, you're a resident.
Yeah. I'm the whatever the opposite of the merchant is. I'm that. I'm the guy at Parliament trying to get this thing banned. You know, no more selling Lucian Nami to the people. It's causing problems.
Tic-tac-toe. Mad Lions Koi. Rakan going to be taken. I was actually curious to see exactly what the plan was. I think I can understand where the Rakan comes from. I think it's decent into, hey, we can try and lock up. It makes it very easy to try and make plays around the map with Alvaro and Oyoya being able to work in tandem. But I think putting the presence onto getting a stronger pick for Oyoya could have been a bit more worthwhile, because I think you ban away the Zinzao, maybe even something like a Lee Sin ban here as well. And it's just like, okay, well, what's really the aggressive picks you can get in the jungle? Could end up falling back to something like the Diego, if you really want to. But I think that's where it's not as strong in the setup. I think you want something where Oyoya can provide a little bit of front line, but also still have a lot of opportunities to play make, even if he falls a little bit behind.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky for the side of Mad Lions Koi. You have a lot of really powerful individual components. I don't feel like everything you want for a Jinx, all the needs Jinx has been satisfied yet. You don't really have that beefy front line for her to play behind yet, and it's tricky because some of this has to come from Mirwin, some of this has to come from Elyoya. So neither player is really going to be able to grab entirely what they want. Despite the composition thus far, they are banning away the Twisted Fate, trying to take some of the high prio picks here for the top side of the map, and no jungle bans. Oh, there's the Lee Sin, as you talked about. Double mid ban on the opposite side, trying to really set this Ahri up.
I'm happy, though, to take the... Okay, what the hell?
Okay! He knew. You see that grin. Look at that smug face.
So I'm going to be very honest. I didn't prep Rengar coming in today.
Hilariously, I accidentally opened a window with Rengar, but it was completely unintentional.
So you do have the power.
I do have the power. I manifested that. Or Elyoya manifested it for both of us. That's Rengar. We're going to figure out how it works together, dear audience. Of course, we know mechanically, basically how it works. How it works in pro play remains a slightly different question, as Rek'Sai is now going to be here. Is it Rengar top?
That's the one I wasn't sure on. I think Rek'Sai can do relatively well into it. But the last time I remember seeing Rengar pro play was SOFM as a counter to the Evelyn at Worlds Finals in, what was it, 2020, whatever, yeah. But I think it's super interesting to see it. Like, I think it definitely gives an opportunity. You can go for a tank build. We've seen, obviously, the one-shot builds that come out, but it is going to be for Elyoya.
Someone has to pay the price. When you pick weird stuff, someone has to pick something boring, and in this case, it is Mirwin. Has got the Udyr into the Rek'Sai, so kind of a sustain off on the top side of the map. Roaming active mid laners early on. Bot lane aggressive, potentially in favor of G2, but it is the Rel who can be that big playmaking catalyst, the big AoE CC. I'm not gonna lie, it's all eyes on the Rengar. That is the champion that we need to track. That is the champion we're gonna keep looking for. As we get into these mid-game situations, side lanes, Rengar has historically been a death threat. Way back in the day, it was Rengar when you had Rumble. And if you ever wandered in ever to a side lane to contest any champion, Rengar would be on top of you in half a second and you would be taken out. Very similar to what a TF provides in a lot of ways. But a champion that since that point in time has obviously received essentially a complete rework and like 500 different nerfs and buffs. So it might be a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm just flicking through solo queue match history for Rengar. The only person apart from a lot of one tricks with questionable names is YSKM has been playing a little bit, but he's obviously a top laner. So not really going to be, but he does go for a Sundered Sky, Ravenous Hydra, Iceborne Gauntlet build.
Okay.
Which could work, I think, in competitive play, where you're not completely going to get one shot. You're still going to have at least a good amount of damage and can follow up. But I thought I'd see this more with, say, like an Orianna. That used to be a combo where, like, Ori into the Rengar. But I think definitely sets up for, hey, you can try and play for picks off of Frescowi. But this is definitely going to be a pick-centric build to come through with.
Yep. Here we are, match of the week, presented by Uber Eats, delivered, rather. G2 and MDK. Okay. Time to see what the problem with, okay, so here's the thing. The one thing I hate about spicy jungle picks is mostly what they do for the first 6 minutes is farm their jungle.
Yeah.
So we're here waiting, bated breath, trying to see what the Rengar is going to do. And he's mostly going to farm. But he does have first strike. Of course, the last Rengar in LEC was in 2021 summer by Blippo, who's currently in the finals for LCS. Don't know if that's a positive sign or not for the Rengar. I'm going to take it as one. We're just going to get into the world of like omens. How we feel about it. What does everything mean? We'll pull out the tarot cards.
Yeah, I was going to say, we just talked about tarot cards.
We just talked about this on the way in,
yeah.
yes. Opportunity for reflection. Oh, yeah, is he the magician? Is he the fool? Gonna have to see. We're getting hit rapid fire with Rengar stats. Whippo played the last 5 LEC Rengar jungle games. It's just all Blippo.
One jungle, four
top.
Okay.
If you don't remember that, he just level 2 cheesed you in one shot. You more or less made the lane unplayable. But while we wait for the Rengar to get involved in the action, a lot of these other matchups we're a little bit more familiar with. See what Hantam and Mickey can do early to get things to shift in their favor. Broken Blade, of course, this is the Rek'Sai that still has incredible, incredible healing. You build tanky early on. Mirwin going to try to outmatch that with some of the natural utility of Udyr. It's Castle Frescowi already trading blows. All these lanes getting aggressive. I like it.
I think it's good from G2 to try and go for it, though, because if you and Ashy invade and get on top of Rengar before he really gets into a position where he can hit level 6, start to interact with the lanes, it's probably your best bet. If you go to amount of CC that Yike can try and provide there as well. The problem is with the, I thought I'd actually see Rengar start bot side and go into top because it feels like the lane that you can probably get the most control over. But at the moment, Super and Alvaro, off of the early stages, have actually got a good amount of push in the spot side. So at the moment, you're sitting all right for Elyoya as he makes his way into the spot side.
Fury fully stacked. Gets the empowered ability on the next camp right before it fades away. So well practiced on the early clear, clearly. As Broken Blade doing what he can. Of course, Mirwin, as he burns through more and more mana in this lane, Broken Blade will eventually out-sustain. We'll see if there's an early back for something like a tier, just to kind of try to counteract some of that. Ooh, look at the auto spacing. Look at the tunneling and the sustain. Broken Blade.
Both bars are full though, which means both of them are going to be healed up a good amount. Like you double slap the W for Mirwin, you're going to be in a good spot. So I think this is where, again, it's going to be a case of getting a lot of sustain. But the fact that Mirren didn't really get to crash the wave is actually a big win for BB. He can slow stack the wave and match any of that early pressure from Mirren, because oftentimes we do see Udyrs resetting, going for an early cloth armor in a lot of these AD matchups, but not going to be able to do so quite yet. So at the moment, going to be relatively okay. And again, BB nearly back to full health, just off of the strength of this pick, whereas Mirren already had to burn through 2 pots and still struggling.
Yeah, and this is what's so infuriating about the champion, right? Is you just can't really bully it out of lane unless you can all in it. It's just so difficult to do early on. Caps, excellent flick back, but here comes Elyoya. First blood already there. Yike, ready to cover. But if Elyoya gets into that brunch, Caps is as good as dead. Taking their time on this one. Elyoya trying to walk away. TP now coming back. First bolo is going to land. He's only got 2, now 3 stacks on the Fury. Elyoya will at least walk away with his life. Frescowi's TP stopping anything else coming out from G2. This Broken Blade now returns to punish Mirren just a little bit. No TP from either top laner. God, lane. Wait, it's Pool Party Rek'Sai. I thought this skin was banned in pro play. It's not banned in pro play. It's allowed. He's gonna ride the little jet ski.
This here, Caps, great flick back onto Frescowi though. Frescowi trying to play aggressive on the wave state, with thinking Elyoya was coming in, but Caps able to get the damage before it comes through. Did mean he was a little bit low on the mana budget when it came to trying to finish off Elyoya on the backside, but still pushing Elyoya back. Big win for G2 off the initial play.
Small advantages obviously start to add up very quickly. You can see on the top side matchup, Broken Blade just continues to out-sustain. Bot lane, not really a massive advantage for G2, but if they can keep the pressure, it's going to be more important. And again, not getting that early kill in the mid lane for Elyoya does hurt a bit. Obviously want the Bone Tooth Necklace stacks, get all that extra AD stacking early on, and it is a serrated Dirk, an item that was nerfed on this patch, but is obviously still a fantastic first buy.
Nick's starting to roam up towards mid lane though, as Yike is going for this invade. So G2 trying to just delay the level 6 as much as possible spike from Elyoya. Even able to cover here, just making sure there's no funny business that can happen for Caps as he starts to push this wave in. The Caps looking great on the Taliyah so far.
The flick back though doesn't quite line up with the Unraveled Earth, so the stun doesn't come through. Timing a little bit off. Elyoya ready to set up. Caps has to be careful if they were to lose wall. Instant leap over from the Rengar. That's the follow-up empowered bullet to make sure that he is locked down. Caps can flick back and flash.
They can't follow. Caps is going to survive. Elyoya and Alvaro not convinced that they could just follow over the wall. They didn't know where Yike was. They didn't know where Mickey was. So they just decided to back away instead. Really well played by Caps, but great setup from MDK to punish Caps trying to get that vision down.
Yeah, and you can see how annoying Rengar could be around those mid lane brushes. How easy it is to find that access, that leap forward, and the instant route. But again, Caps, you know, a little bit more item, a little bit more gold for either of those champions. Caps is probably dead, but just don't quite have enough to finish the kill. Now they know they've got a bit of an advantage on the bottom side, and they're starting to push in. Frescowi, though, first on the row means G2 are forced to back away. They cannot secure the Gromp or really control the vision there and try, which is so crucial for the bottom side of the map. Yike has to be careful about wandering into the Rengar.
They get the crash on bot side, though, which is really what they wanted to. They cause MDK to invest resource onto this bot side. As Yike, this is not where you want to be.
Yike about to take a lot of damage here. Fourth ability, a little bit extra work to flash out the heal. G2 are using a lot of sums. MDK, Frescowi now on the chase. This is going to be big for the Ahri. Instantly over the wall, now chasing down Yike. Will get the reset on the Mickey X. The charm connecting as well. Frescowi doing so much work, and now it's Hansama who's going to be in trouble trying to get one kill back. The knockup is there. The exhaust is there onto Alvaro. And it's not going to result in the return kill.
And at the beginning, it looked well for G2. They pull Frescowi out of mid, which means Caps gets back onto the wave. He's able to shove that one in. But they end up sticking around too long. Yike tries to threaten onto the mid lane. And that's where MDK are able to turn that one around. And now Elyoya getting rolling on both on the Rengar and with this area as well. But you can see Caps is trying to push in mid lane. Elyoya is already in great position. Alvaro way more aggressive on the play since he's got the Rakan. And then you've just got Frescowi first move in mid lane. And does a great job of coming over the wall here. G2 just don't respect Frescowi on their own.
And this is the power of the Ahri in the early mid game. Yes, the Taliyah has the flick back. Yes, she can disrupt a lot of what Ahri wants to do, but if she's not there, Ahri just gets to run rampant in those skirmishes. You can see the smile on Elyoya's face. Frustration for Yike. Golf claps. The MDK coaching staff is now a pretty advantageous state for MDK. Again, the gold lead is not massive. Lucian still out farming the Jinx early on. Big deficit for Supa, 48 to 72, but that's really the strong point that G2 have. Not a lot else on the map other than the 1v1 top side.
But this is all, for all intents and purposes, not free gold for Ayoya, but the idea is he hasn't hit 6. He's only just crested over. So getting this active on the Rengar in the early stages is massive because now he has access to the ultimate. He can start to play even more heavily around Fresskowy. Caps doesn't have flash available. Ult for Fresskowy and Ayoya towards mid, kill Caps, put that pressure into the bottom side of the map. It becomes quite easy now to start playing around the map or around this mid lane, especially as both objectives are up on the map. You can start to turn this into major leads that MDK are just picking up incrementally as the game goes on.
Yeah, and it's really terrifying to enter into a mid game where a Rakan is allowed to roam around the map, where you have a Rengar and an Ahri that are in similar states. It makes it so difficult for a lot of these more vulnerable champions to play the game at all. Caps' life is a nightmare. He's only got one minefield and he needs to stop 3 champions from dashing on top of him.
Caps has played super defensive mid because he's aware of this combo. So it's only opened up for Skelly and Ayoya to start to lean into this bottom side. So Yike trying to protect his bottom lane here as Hansama gets the wave shoved out. But Ayoya starting to sneak in onto this bot side.
Broken Blade committing the ultimate here onto Mirwin. Will he find the kill? Immediate stun fall from Mirwin. Good. Gets the ulti. Might just be forced out of lane at this stage. Hansama rooted up. That's going to be big from Supa. Supa now needs to back away, but the Gravity Storm is there. The Culling coming out and down goes Supa. It's here on the backside immediately. Wants to leap on Hansama. The dash back to safety is just enough. Ticking the health bar, blinking, but he manages to stay alive. But here comes Fresskowy. The dash in, the Spear Rush. No! Hansama! The sidestep! The last little bit of healing and the thumbs up. Fresskowy knows. He just got outplayed.
Yike managing to get into that bot lane before everything comes down. Rocket's gone. It's a swing and a miss. Will lose out on the wave state here unless they want to try and stick around. Maybe there is a world, as they can imagine, that most of MDK have gone. So going to pick up that wave state, but massive, massive play from G2. Biting back against MDK before they can set up the play themselves.
Yeah, fantastic turn. Yike spending a ton of time. If that had fizzled, it would have been disastrous, but you can see here he's just so patient.
And the thing is as well, like, you're moving into this position where as long as you can kill Supa before this play happens, chances are you're going to be able to at least go for 1-for-1. And on the opposite side of the map as well, Caps is moving up towards that top side as well, so got the kill onto Udyr. So able to get control on both sides of the equation from G2. Very small timing window to play around, but they do it great. And then Hansama able to escape away on the backside as well was massive in that play.
I mean, G2 know Hansama should be dead. You can see it in Ramah's face. Their AD carry absolutely should have died, and frankly, that play was very close to not working at all. And it's only because the auto attack is what causes the initial CC from Yike that Supa's flash ends up not being effective, allowing the Gravity Storm. That was a play where every single little mechanical moment mattered, and just barely turning out in favor of G2. MDK, control the bot side jungle. Mickey, knock up there, follow up there. That's one dead Nami. But again, the heal, no. Shogi, he's dead. He's dead. It'll take a second. The tidal wave comes out, but Fresskowy now on a killing spree. This Ahri looking to take over the map, and now Hansama.
Yes, they'll hold the wave.
I don't think he's going to be that lucky this time around. They know they're going before the wave even comes in. Dash to safety. Alvaro is probably going to give his life here. The heal again! How many times this game are people going to walk away with less than 100 HP? This is insane.
It had to be made up for the last series. Both teams going all out, trying desperately to pick up any win they can. And with getting that kill on both Hansama and Mickey X, now more gold onto Supa as well. Would have been great to probably have a little bit of that gold go to Supa, but Ayoya going to have a great time with the position that he's in, even having that ultimate now back up and available. So you've got to keep your eyes on mid as well. Fresskowy going to be in trouble as well, hovering on this mid side. Caps not going to be able to look for the flick back though, as Fresskowy's able to clear the wave.
And Hansama and Caps are going to have to be so careful and diligent around when Ayoya has access to that ultimate, because he's just a couple hundred gold away from Profane Hydra. And the amount of burst potential you have with this item is truly disgusting. MDK playing well, but again, when we take stock of everything that has happened, the goal is still so incredibly close. You can see it. Caps and Fresskowy within touching distance. 3-1-2 versus the 2-0-0. It's still a 15 gold lead for Caps. It's bouncing back and forth depending on where you look. This is a tense game.
But it's where, for MDK, you need to try and play away from Caps. Even though Caps is even with Fresskowy, the amount of control Caps can provide with the Unraveled Earth for a leaping Rengar, for a Ahri that wants to try and dash in with the charm, even for Rakan is going to be really, really tough. So for MDK, they need to keep the pace of this game up, and that's why, again, you're seeing them trying to keep control and push G2 out of their own jungle, get the vision control that they need, and make sure that they're able to hover Ayoya in the darkness and look for consistent picks. Yike going to try and keep track of where Ayoya is so we can match a lot of those single lane states where they might be pushing in, where Ayoya might be able to get a foothold.
A lot to keep track of. Caps for now just solo starting the grubs. Okay. A little bit of a leash. Maybe trying to stack tier. Sounds like it works. But hey. certainly an option.
Yeah, I think it was just trying to threaten on towards top side and maybe see if you could pull. Cause a lot of the times when you're on this red side, you just plant a ward over the back line and won't really know who's actually started this up. So if you have caps, they might have assumed Yike was on the top side, so maybe trying to bait out. Some of the ideas here from MDK as to where G2 are going to put their presence on the map.
Okay, G2, 3 members here. Broken Blade. Looks like he's losing out in the one-on-one, but haha, a tunnel has appeared, and now he dashes out to safety, gets his Fury back, and just goes right back under the ground. Irritating top lane battle is Elyoya. Caps, can he play this out? Nice! Forces the flash from Elyoya, so clean, but flash for flash. You would expect to favor Mad Lion's Koi in the long run. Dash forward, Alvaro retreating to Elyoya. Both sides, again, just hoping, looking for these angles to find a pick. Maybe give them a bigger advantage. The gold's only 300 between them.
As you say, though, flash for flash, honestly, Caps not having flash leaves them way more vulnerable for the next little bit, like a minute and a half until that next dragon. MDK can actually play off of mid lane pressure with Frescowi, and also Elyoya's ultimate coming back up to try and make a play on that mid lane. And I think that's probably where MDK are going to try and find their window into, hey, we can take dragon off of chunking Caps out or even killing Caps on mid wave. So this is where I think G2 going to have to be hyper aware of that and trying to establish some sort of vision there.
Alvaro alt quickness, W forward, instantly gets in, the root is there, G2 disrespecting. Caught napping on the bottom side, Mickey, the flash forward for Zuba's big though, he's taking tower aggro, Yike gets one back. Elyoya on the retreat. Yike stepping forward, he has red buff, he should just be able to finish the kill. Step backwards, shut down there for Yike, the Rel. No business killing this many champions, but MDK opened up, they get the opportunity, and now G2 are quick to punish. A disastrous start turned back in their favor as the final kill goes through in favor of Caps.
Big turnaround from Yike. I don't know what G2, if they were trying to bait, whatever they were doing, it did not work out in the bot lane. And immediately MDK able to hop in. Great engage from Alvaro here. And as you say, just complete disrespect. Super spotted them. They should have just backed it up, but end up going down. And I really don't think it was a bait. I mean, Yike was so far away from the play, but just about manages to get in time. Manages to get the extra tower shot into Elyoya with the ramp damage. And then Caps having that shove in mid, coming down to finish off Alvaro as well. G2 scrambling, but just about make the play positive for themselves.
Cap's ability to roam means he can also pick up a kill here too. Not all of the gold going into Yike is a big deal. You don't really need a very fed Rel in this game, but it does certainly help, as now G2 trying to leverage their strength in the mid lane. His 1.5 item Lucian with an Imperial mandate is always going to be a big threat. G2 feeling a lot more confident. Still less than 1,000 gold, but MDK have to be careful making these plays. Vision in the brush means Elyoya isn't going to have a creative angle to get in. We'll step forward to try to clear that ward out.
Still, I don't think you're really in a position here as MDK, if it's an even footing to take this fight. You need to try and find that pick beforehand, but with Caps being able to find that play on bot side, not being able to try and find that wave side in mid lane for Elyoya and Frescowi to get the pick onto Caps with no flash, G2 are happy to push in and just brute force their way in, knowing that with no pick, they're just stronger.
Yeah. Quick wander in, get the objective, 1-to-1 in Drakes now. 700 gold between them, again, incredibly close. The tower, the biggest advantage that G2 have right now. Breaking open mid lane makes the rest of the map that much easier, but putting Caps into the side lane is always concerning.
A lot of members of G2 down here to try and defend. They know the Mad Lion's Koi will probably try and make a play towards Caps again. No flash for him, so that's kind of the port of call that MDK want to try and go for, so G2 defending well. And Super able to clear a mid wave, he's going to reset as well, pick up, imagine, close to a second item. So overall, I think you're in a relatively fine spot for, honestly, on both sides. I think for G2, it's a case of, can we now enable Caps a little bit more in the side lane where he can actually be a threat? But you have to make sure you're getting midway pushed in and establishing vision on Cap's side of the map, so he's not just falling prey to Elyoya as he starts to come in, or a setup from Frescowi. So definitely going to be interesting to see how this mid game is played out, because if you find that pick, you're in a great spot.
Mirror flick back, not quite going to connect with the tower, likely to fall here. Caps focusing on the tower instead of the kill. There's not really a lot there unless Mirror overcommits, but Yike is here now. Mirror turns back, it could cost him. Another tower down for G2. Again, slowly chipping away at the side of MDK, slowly building a goal lead. Frescowi going to respond with the tower of his own on the bottom side. Will take him a moment. All of MDK there to cover if anyone on G2 approaches, but they're already on the top side of the map, playing for the objective that's up.
And that's where I think it's actually an advantageous trade for G2 to go for this. Yes, you trade tower for tower, you think, hey, it's an even gold state, but you have a Talia that's going to get way more value by extending on that top lane, and as well, you already got the mid lane tower down, so you can push mid into play on towards top tier 2, and it makes it very difficult for Mad Lions Koi to try and play against that with the way that the map is positioned at the moment. So as long as G2 can play off of mid into top and play off of those 2 lanes, I think they're in a good spot with just BB clearing out waves on the bot side.
I think they're in a great spot. Yeah, again, these slow incremental advantages. 1k gold lead now. Likely the Herald will knock down another tower, put things even further in the favor of G2. It's on MDK to look for these picks, to look for these angles. Sama just continues to step forward and chip away at Elyoya's health bar. That's big. Of course, the Empowered Roar does heal back a lot of that initial damage. And I think if you're Super, you're kind of sweating, because this is when Lucian feels incredibly strong, and you're often being left alone mid lane to catch these waves. If he finds an angle to attack you, there's not really a lot of counterplay.
Especially with the exhaust, even just the reduction in movement speed is going to be super nice, but topside, Caps knows he's in a little bit of danger spots out of Elyoya, but all you're trying to do here is G2 is just keep these towers off your way, keep these waves off your towers, because if you can prevent Frescowi from being able to shove in topside, you can actually get control mid with Rel being there, but MDK with Elyoya and Alvaro just hovering in these bushes, they're doing a good job of disconnecting G2 from each other.
Bit of poke. Tidal wave now coming in, doesn't look like it's going to hit anybody. G2 just really determined to shut this Rengar down, willing to burn so many resources. Culling coming through, Elyoya with nowhere to go. So much of the potential gone, but Mickey now been cut out the rocket for reset. Alvaro pulled away, sidestep is clean, now trying to quick this out of safety. Frescowi dashing to try to give his support an angle to get away. The wall not coming down as well. Dash back to safety, dash again, clean from Alvaro thus far. Nice heal to get them away. Good patience from MDK to survive as well as they did. 1 for 1 in the end, Elyoya for Mickey.
On the bot side, BB, this is just going to be a wet noodle fight, but I think the big play...
Stop taking us here, observers. No one is going to die. Nothing matters.
But look how often he can go over the wall, Dracos. He can go both ways.
Where the jet ski at? That's my question. I missed the jet ski.
But I think on the outcome of all these plays is, again, it's kind of G2 being able to find moments to punish MDK as they're starting to just go that little bit too far forward, right? Yes, you have to invest flash and stuff like that, but being able to get the speed up from Mickey, being able to then land the stun on towards Elyoya, you're kind of committed to these plays with the way that MDK are positioned on the map.
Yeah.
And it's if you're able to find those moments for G2 where, yes, you have to invest a lot, but you can find the pick, it's great. But now it's on MDK to try and find that tip for tat. You've already paid your investment as G2 to get the flash on a Yike. Now you got to see if you can try and find some answer for MDK, but with Alvaro having to flash away from that play, with Elyoya having to try and flash away from that play, it's really difficult to try and abuse the summoner spells that were used by G2 in that last one.
And also I think it's a matter of every time that G2 see the Rengar on the map, they get so much freedom to do what they want because they're ahead in a lot of these individual lanes. But as long as the Rengar hovers in fog, he's a threat. But I wouldn't be surprised if every time G2 spot Elyoya out, they just try to dive on the Rengar. The same way that you would like collapse on someone with a TP, I feel like you can collapse on the Rengar in the same way and just try to limit that, you know, increased movement speed, ability to appear on the flank. MDK though, trying to force the fight around the objective. 6 seconds still mountain.
It's going to be BB though, who's going to do a great job of spotting out with this Rengar raise. Rek'Sai perfect against the Rengar. Even if he's invisible, you're still going to be able to spot him out. And MDK, they're going to try and set up now at the objective. Riptown in mid lane.
Knock up there, Frescowi over the wall. He's about to get spotted on vision if he steps too far forward. He's respecting the potential for a brush to be there or for the ward to be in the brush. The Herald are about to charge. Pressure in favor of G2. MDK need to be the ones that make a decision here. They can't risk the 50-50 because they're already losing something in mid. Who's going to get it? It's going to be the Rengar. Alvaro now trying to follow up with the Vine. That's a nice knock-up, but the immediate stop coming in. Yike not going to let that engage on the backside happen. The Rek'Sai unkillable. He's got so much armor, and here comes Caps. Elyoya waiting for the angle, trying to find it, but just jumps into the waiting exhaust of Hansama. It's one sleepy kitty. Mad Lions Koi torn to pieces in the exchange.
And in the mid lane, the tower is taken. And you've got that charge onto the next one as well. Actually, it's going to be 2 towers that might go down. Mirwin with the ultimate on the Aura, well, the Aura should be able to take it down, but no, tower falls. And G2, they're going to turn towards Baron as well. A massive swing for G2.
Game-deciding fight. If they manage to secure this Baron, it might just be game over. Mad Lions Koi risked a lot. They bet a lot when they stuck around to contest that objective with the Herald getting dropped in the mid lane. And this time, that coin came up tails. They did not find the advantage. Alvaro will spot this one out, but too late. A Miracle Gleaming Quill. A Jinx. Oh my. Hansama, I don't know if it was presence of mind or pure luck, but steps far enough forward that it's not going to be a problem. Broken Blade is still in a wet noodle fight, but now with a Baron buff. Still just hanging out in his little...
His secret tunnel is...
His secret tunnels, he's got little tubes. He's having a good time. I missed the jet ski, Rob. I think it's gone. I think when they reworked the ult, they got rid of the jet ski.
But here, Freskewi tries to make the play happen, but he can't really get access onto anyone. Great unraveled Earth from Caps as well to keep Freskewi out of the play. But again, even though Elyoya is not visible, he's still pinging every which way that he's walking thanks to Rek'Sai every time she's tunneled, and Caps getting access to Freskewi. It means that G2 just gets to deal with Mirren, who doesn't really get it involved too much in the play. And they can chase down each member of MDK as they start to roll through.
And I think the big struggle here is that, like, you look at Rek'Sai jumping into the backline, hitting Supa, building full tank and functioning better as an assassin than Rengar is, because Rengar's just so squishy, he's so vulnerable. And it's very often why we don't see things like the Zed or whatever in pro play, or the Talons, is because it's so telegraphed, and when all 5 players are coordinated, it's so much easier to deal with. And you can see in that fight, Caps and Hansama just free to lay down so much damage. Siege now on the bottom side. There's not really great wave clear for Mad Lions Koi. Mirwin, obviously, with Cryo Phoenix, can do a little bit of work, but there's already a tower taken down mid, courtesy of Shelly. And Broken Blade, very tough to kill.
There's nothing you can do. MDK, you want to try and play for these picks. You want to try and play out the lanes in a position where you can actually get control of the map, but
there's no brushes on the base. They have no way to get Rengar to leap other than ulting.
But how do you even clear waves? Because as long as BB is threatening Supa, you're out.
From Alvaro wants to get something. Freskewi now stepping forward, but Yike with the counter engage. Shutdown onto the Lucian is big. MDK have they found that single angle. Mirwin still stepping forward, trying to zone Caps out of the fight. Unstoppable now is Broken Blade going back to safety, hitting Mirwin. 1-for-1 thus far. Yike getting rooted up. MDK have to be careful here. If they lose this fight, they lose the game. Zed just trying to push G2 back. Broken Blade incredibly tanky. That healing is disgusting. 341 per proc there. Elyoya just trying to maybe cut mid-wave. G2 going to settle for 2 inhibitors and back off. Good pick onto Hansama, stopping what could have been an inevitable end, but they only buy themselves a bit more time and still lose 2 inhibitors in the process.
Alvaro tried his damnedest to get something there, and they do get the pick, but Caps is still too big.
Elyoya knocked back, forced to flash out. Solid from Caps, doesn't quite hit the flick back or it would have been a kill, but getting that sum is big. And they still got Baron. It's a minute to the next objective. It's not going to be Soul. G2 might be slowed down a little bit here, but with double inhibitors, they can really just play topside, and if MDK try to go for that Drake, they can threaten to end.
I don't even know if he cares G2 to go for Dragon. I think you just go for top tower, but Alvaro hero play to try and get the pick onto Hansama, and it does work out, but the problem is Caps just so damn fed and so well protected on this backline. Yike and Mickey helping him out. You can see BB causing so much disruption into the MDK backline, and then just gets the ult head onto Mirwin with his safety net still secured.
And I think the big thing is, BB is so strong right now, and Supa doesn't really have armor pen, right? You cannot kill him. He is healing so much more than the effective damage you're doing, unless they actually focus Broken Blade. He gets to dip in, do a bit of damage, knock somebody up, leave, come back full health again. It's not Warmogs. You don't have to wait 8 seconds. You just get it immediately. It's so powerful in this context when MDK are a little bit behind, when they don't have all these items completed, when they can't just burst this Rek'Sai down. He gets to just run rampant in these fights, and even if the Lucian dies, you can see there, it just gives so much space for Caps to still deal all the necessary damage.
TP from BB into this top side. G2 really want to try and finish it out. Freskewi chunked as well. MDK just have to give this up. And again, as I said, I don't think they care about the Dragon. It's just we have wave push. We have way more damage than MDK do right now. Let's just close this one out cleanly.
Yeah, Supa, the Q does connect. Broken Blade can ult onto the Jinx. Alvaro again, fishing for the angle off to the side. This time the tidal wave is there. Elyoya trying to find someone to ult, but he's already forced to back away. He's got more time. But again, who are you going to hit? Who matters right now? All of G2 are a threat. The Nexus in their sights. Broken Blade overstepping on the tunnel for a moment. The flash forward, looking to lock down the Jinx. The flick back is clean. Caps on a rampage. There's no space left on the map for Supa to play. All of MDK getting slaughtered. A beautiful shattering strike to stun 2. Mirwin slowly but surely getting cut down. Charm there to try and lock Broken Blade up at the healing. He just won't die. Mad Lions Koi running out of hope here in game 1. This should just be the end, but Alvaro respawns, potentially a last-ditch effort to hold. The flick back again, coming in from Cavs. Broken Blade, half health again. G2 gonna end it here. They take a little bit more time. They add a little bit of insult to injury. But game one belongs to them. Clean in the execution.
MDK tried to find something a little bit spicy and it came back to bite them. They just couldn't quite get the setup that they needed to try and play around the mid jungle, to lean that in towards pressure elsewhere. And G2, once it got to that point, just had a stronger team fight. They were able to just play for objective setup and just find no real way for MDK to get back into the game.
Yeah, and you can see MDK were close to getting a lot of the plays that they wanted, but that punish on bot side just felt backbreaking. Where they finally catch G2, but it doesn't really work. But here, Rob, I have to derail us because you see this little guy right here? This is the Kit Kat Poro. He's hiding around the studio today, and it's a game of Easter egg hunt. You can like, retweet, and reply with the number of times it's appeared on air to @KitKats Gaming posts on X, and you can win a bundle of treats. Count, pause, scrub through the YouTube bot, keep your eyes peeled. We'll be right back after the break, maybe with more Kit Kat Poro, maybe not.
Who knows?
Peel those eyes.
Red Bull gives you wings.
MDK. Frescowi now on the chase. This is going to be big for the Ari. Instantly over the wall. Now chasing down Yak. Will get the reset on the Mickey X. The charm connecting as well. Frescowi doing so much work.
Oh, he flashed it, flashed it.
Maybe? Yes, that is nice. I got no flash. Wait, there is big tower. Wait, I might run, but I might run. Go. I do have TP. If they TP, I can match. Yeah, I kill him too. Nice. Okay, Ari. Look at Rakan. They can follow. Look at Jinx as well. I'll kill him. I will kill Jinx. Go dash off there, I think. Look at Rengar. Rengar can't jump, okay, by the way. Kill Rengar. Kill. I can go. I'll go. Be ready to run dash, I think. Go dash. Nice. Go.
Welcome back to the LEC. G2 putting themselves in the lead of the series against MDK. But most importantly, we just saw a Rengar.
Yeah, we did.
And as a negative win rate Rengar main, please break it down for us, Jamana.
Okay, I've not played Rengar in a good while. I'm not sure if I'm negative win rate, but yeah, very interesting to see Rengar. It's the first time since 2021 summer, played by Bwipo. But yeah, this champion, more or less, what Rengar wants to do is either invade the enemy jungler and try and find basically isolated 1v1s, and what he needs is strong lanes to do that. In this game, I don't necessarily feel like he has, you know, the optimal setup for it. He did still find a couple of decent skirmishes, and if it's not invading the jungler 1v1, then it's basically finding skirmishes in the jungle where your lanes have first move, and that way you kind of just get to really abuse the fact that Rengar is a very strong early game skirmisher, and they did find some of those early game skirmishes.
I think this is a great example where Elyoya is playing aggressively in the river for Scuttle. Caps was not level 5 for Scaria, got 6 moves down towards his team immediately. And with Rengar, you just have to force these early plays. I think the mid-jungle synergy is really important, like being on the same page with Frescowi so they can go in together. And that's pretty much what happened. Like, Caps was never really able to follow, and G2 didn't really respect Rengar's strength as well as Frescowi's mid lane timings. And now, when you look at Mad, one of their challenges has been not so much early game, they're actually a really strong early game team in my mind, but when they get this advantage, how do they utilize this and can they snowball it? And with an assassin jungler like Rengar, that's even more important.
Yeah, and the problem is, not only did they obviously, you know, have a bit of an oopsie on the bottom lane dive, which we'll get to very soon, it's like, Rengar's a win more champ, but he's playing into Rel, he's playing into Nami, he's playing into Exhaust, he's playing into Rek'Sai, which also, if he's invisible and Rek'Sai's nearby, you just see exactly where he is through the sonar. So it's a very, very difficult game for Elyoya, or specifically Rengar, to play out in this kind of situation. And yeah, it felt like after Mad go through one bad play, it's kind of difficult to recover from that when you are running that assassin jungle.
And that bad play particularly was that bot lane dive that we've already seen a little bit, because when you're looking at MDK, as you said, they get that early lead, but then they just get too overconfident and push it a little too far. Limit testing gone wrong.
I think they forgot how they actually got the lead to begin with. The lead came off of Frescowi, utilizing 2 timings where Caps couldn't follow to move down, create a number advantage, and then play aggressive. But in this particular case, MDK goes forward and makes the play without their mid laner, who is spacing, by the way. Caps pushes out mid freely, is able to ult down with Talia. And I think this is the problem for Mad very, very often. Like, at first, they're really good at recognizing what needs to be done to get the advantage. But once they have it, they get a little bit overexcited, over-eager. And instead of continuing to play by the book, they make one mistake. And if you do that with a champion like the Rengar, there's no coming back.
Yeah, and then it crumbles even further because 20 minutes into that game, you want to contest for that Drake, but you have a Rengar. You don't necessarily have a team fighting composition, and then everything goes sideways.
Yeah, you can kind of see it's just so awkward, especially in moments like these where perhaps Rengar doesn't have ultimate. If you're not able to actually, in this case, if you start full behind as Rengar, you're basically just a Rakan enabler at that point. And it felt like, time and time again, G2, in a very organized fashion, were just able to ensure that they never allowed Rengar to be in a position to actually give Rakan good ultimates. And even if Rengar jumps in, like we saw towards the end of this fight here, he just gets exhausted, he gets stunned by Talia, the Talia Unraveled Earth. It's so difficult for him to actually approach if he's not able to just straight up insta-give someone out of invisibility.
So all I'm hearing is next game, please no Rengar.
Well, we don't mind the Rengar, but if they do lock it in, they will probably get the advantage again, knowing how good Mad is in the early game. But then they need to remember, mid lane exists. The way you got the advantage was by utilizing Frescowi, grouping with the Rengar, and if you forget that, well, things can get really ugly.
Yeah, it's about discipline as well, right? I feel like this bottom lane dive, which kind of turned the game around, I think in theory makes a lot of sense for them to go for it, even though they're down their mid laner, I think if they actually go in, get out quickly, it's fine, but they weren't anticipating Yike. They allowed them to go a little bit too far back. The tower shots are ramping, and they're able to get run down. So I think it's just about ensuring that they're making sure they're taking plays which are maybe not as risky, right? They can just identify, okay, this play looks good, but maybe we can just wait like another 30 seconds, maybe another opportunity reveals itself, and just play out the lead that they have through a more macro sense as opposed to just trying to make picks for the sake of making picks, because that's kind of what that bottom lane play felt like to a point.
I think this could also be one of those picks that, you know, if MDK locks it in here, obviously they've had a lot of success with it when they played it in scrims. But when you play scrims, everybody is a bit more, you know, loose, everybody's relaxed, there's going to be a lot more fights and you naturally get those kills. And when you do, you also feel confident to just go ham and snowball really fast and efficiently. But here, when you play against a team like G2, they are pretty much used to playing from behind.
They're also world scrim champions.
They may be world scrim champions.
So, you
that's
know.
a good point. But, you know, if we look at Winter, for example, they often fell behind early. They have plenty of practice, you know, just sitting back, putting defensive vision and waiting for the opponents to make mistakes. And that's the ball game they played here to bring it back.
For Mad Lions, though, them selecting this blue side, particularly Jamada, any threats early on you think they should be completely eliminating? We've already seen BB on the Rek'Sai and how detrimental that was during regular split. It feels like here in playoffs it's not any different.
Yeah, I feel like the Rek'Sai is definitely a big pain point. They were even it's sort of losing side lane whilst all the rest of the nonsense is going on the map. It's either the Rek'Sai to me or the Talia, right? I think the fact that Caps has had so much freedom in that game, I think it's more gameplay based as opposed to necessarily champion based, but it's got to be on the front of Mad's minds in terms of, all right, is this potentially a pick actually which can enable maybe another Rengar pick? I doubt we'll see Rengar, because if I'm Mad Lions, I don't think I'm hedging an entire series on a Rengar pick, but it's one of those things where I think, again, like Matt said, you have to really push the envelope on ensuring that you've got mid lane priority and you're playing through that mid jungle to then continue to snowball that lead.
And instead it feels like a heavy focus on the bot lane with the Draven and Kalista ban, and then you take Asol as well out of the pool. Not particularly a champion that we've seen around.
No, I think the Aurelion Soul ban certainly is a little bit of a surprise. It seems like Matt, you know, doesn't want to end up in a mid and late game where they could potentially get really outscaled by G2. If you remove the likes of Aurelion Soul, you pick a Seer, you will not only have a lot of pressure in the early game from mid, but you literally can't get outscaled.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's very hard. There's not really many champs, and Asol is pretty much the only answer that springs to mind. So Mad Lions putting a lot of stock in the Azir early pick, and G2 go towards the Volibear, go towards the Jinx. This says to me, all right, we want hyperscaling out of the bottom lane. We're getting very used to that now since 14-6 has come in, and I'm expecting on this 3 here for G2, probably something like an Arya or Talia again, and you're just looking to kind of have a strong mid-jungle duo, try and lock in something that's going to have very strong counter engage to me, or it kind of depends on what Mad are looking for, but to me that's where I'm kind of looking for G2 on this 3. Mad go towards the Ivern though, so this is looking like, what, hyper carry on the bottom side, hyper carry technically in the mid lane through Azir.
Opposite of the Rengar completely.
And they're just pretty much looking to outscale as much as they can on the G2 end.
This is a very interesting approach, but I think you also got to keep in mind, Ivern is, sure, as a standalone champion, he doesn't deal the most amount of damage. He's not going to walk up and one-shot people like a Rengar would, but he's going to be able to control Volibear pretty easily. Volibear is naturally going to play super aggressive early. He's going to force dives and make plays. Ivern can come in with good old Daisy and find easy counter ganks. Like once, you know, Yike goes aggressive, Ivern is there, Volibear is going to be run down because once he comes in, there's no way out. And I think it's a pretty smart answer. Also, you know, picking something like the Varus to get some early game aggression and give him a lane to play through, I think it's also pretty smart because, sure, you're going to want some scaling. You have plenty of that with Ivern and Seer. You also need to survive early. Varus helps you.
All right, let's see where G2 go, though, as well, and where Mad Lions go, because they're going to have to eat 2 support bans for sure. I'm wondering if the second one is Alistar. No, it's Renard, so they don't want to deal with the, like, super strong 2v2. But Alvara's definitely still got options. I'm kind of wondering whether or not Mad Lions Koi want to pretty much kind of just dig their heels in and go super defensive and just kind of wait and bide their time, or if they're going to actually look for proactive tools because they see G2 already has 2 forms of pretty reliable engage.
What we're looking at particularly with Mad Lions Koi was the fact that they're great early but then fail to translate that into mid to late game. With the composition that they're currently running, it feels like that's the weakness from their game that they want to attack.
It kind of, I guess in a way, this opening almost feels like a soft band-aid for it, right? It's like, okay, as long as we don't completely flip the game in the mid game, our champions will just kind of scale in and we should be able to play it out from there. G2 go towards that Talia, like mentioned earlier, so they're going to have, you know, a lot of move, expecting that. So it should be Yike Caps going towards this bottom side. And like Broxah said, it's going to have to be about Ivan looking to match. Ooh.
Ain't no way.
No way.
Nah. Oh,
Wait,
it's Varus top.
It's Varus top lane. It's okay.
I guess there's a way.
Okay.
So Mad Lions Koi have really been getting a little creative
They're doing it
in
again.
the last couple of days. How are we feeling about the Varus top lane?
Yeah, this is not the first time that Mad Lions Koi have done this. I think they actually had this composition at some point a few weeks ago.
But
or
it's
at the very-
blind. He
Yeah, it is
blinded it.
blind.
This
I know,
crazy
look,
boy.
I know, he's very crazy, but Moen's a very, very bold lad. It seems like he's probably just going to be dealing with, hopefully,
A
in his
TF.
case, a TF, and it's just going to be a bit of a farm fest, and they're more or less going to scale into the game and
But you-
sort of provide similar-ish things.
But then you have the TF who has the ultimate available to go and join the team, whereas at a Varus, you're going to have to run what? TP Flash, most likely?
Maybe. He's probably going to have to go Flash Ghost, because TF is going to have Flash Ghost, and you don't really want to be a summoner spell disadvantage. I think for me, G2, now what they've rounded out their comp with is a very strong mid-game where they should be able to play out the map very, very efficiently between the two globals. And Mad Lions, without any agency in the early game, potentially are going to have to struggle and be on the back foot, trying to catch them at every single opportunity.
Well, I think the opening for them is the fact that Asir can pressure mid both pre-6, but especially after 6, Talia is going to be very killable. The Varus top is going to be playing aggressive and contesting the Twisted Fate. And now instead of Elyoya being the aggressor, he's the one who has to cover and defend his solo lanes, who then push forward to get the gold lead going. Whether or not they'll be able to do that is the big question, but I think solo lanes is where the magic is going to happen.
I agree, Mads.
You guys
it's
agree?
It's either the solo lanes, or to me, from the perspective of G2, they have to try and smash out the bottom lane a bit. I feel like you want to probably put this Jinx ahead into all of this zone control on the opposite side between Varus and Azir. You want Jinx to try and be accelerated here to have a good time.
Are we expecting jungle pressure more towards the top or bot side of the map, considering that you have a TF Varus, but then you also have a Xayah Rakan in the bot lane, you don't want them to get too crazy?
I expect the supports to act like bot lane doesn't exist. Let the two hyper carriers just farm, move top side, get your top laners ahead, because whoever gets the top advantage will have so much pressure later.
All right. And with that, we're ready to head into the game. So casters, please do take it away.
Thank you, Jenny. Yet another mirror win, Varus top game. Legendary lane bully Finn complained about this pick on the podcast, talking about how it was very annoying and very scary. G2 clearly giving it some respect as they're going to fight for push control here. Interestingly, not the on-hit Varus, and opting for cleanse instead of the ghost, so could get run down by the TF. This is a bit of a trickier scenario to play the Varus. We'll see if he goes lethality, if that is what the Halo Blades is telling us, or if this is just something for early trading against the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if he has picked up the Halo Blades at all the last few times we've seen him play it, but yeah, I think it's going to be super interesting. We did see this exact same draft against Fnatic back in winter, and it is interesting to see them pull it back out, because I think the reason it helped out in their matchup against Fnatic was, hey, we've got a ton of range, and we know the Fnatic want to try and play short range, do things like Sante and Aphelios and this kind of stuff. And we're going to be able to play for team fights where we can look to abuse that range. This game is a little bit more difficult because G2 have the opportunity to play a ton of side lanes. They have an opportunity to kind of run down Mirren, especially as he tries to aggress onto top side. You know, burn a cleanse early with the BB on TF, and then make sure you're able to rinse and repeat with Yike, get control there, and just start to play a 1-3-1 where you can abuse when MDK are short on the map or getting caught out as they try to overextend. So I'm curious how MDK are going to try and play this, because I think it's going to fall back to Elyoya. And Elyoya has been incredibly active when he is on the Ivern in the past, and has had some really good terror dives, has been able to play really effectively around it. But I think if he doesn't get active in the early stages, it becomes quite easy for G2 to play at the map state, and you've just got a ton of vulnerable carries on the map that they can pick whatever they want for.
Yeah, and we're setting up for Ivern to clear back towards topside as those camp timers tick down, and you can pick them up. Broken Blade. I think the tricky thing here is you are blind picking it, as the desk highlighted, and the last few times we've seen Varus top from Mirwin, it has been into melee matchups. It's been into things like Cassante to punish these tankier champions who are going to suffer at that range discrepancy. Now, Varus is very powerful early on, and you can see that in the fact that Broken Blade's been forced to ghost away. You know, hail of arrows early on, that attack speed slow, or not the attack speed slow, excuse me, the movement speed slow is big, but Yike! Already looking for a bit of setup. Cleanse likely to get forced here. Immediate follow-up gold card. But that's why Varus is scary. 3 quick autos, and he's already even in health, at least with Broken Blade, and now essentially even in sums.
Also means that if you're Elyoya, maybe even look to try and invade on towards the blue buff on the opposite side. You know, Yike going to take a lot of time to try and get back there, has to go for the reset, but may just look to try and invade on that with Supernal Alvaro, but did smite on that bottom side, so not going to be the case. Instead, he's just going to back away and look to, more than likely, move up into this top side and try and support Mirren as he looks for the wave crash.
Definitely wants that little bit of support. Early, strong recall can be a big difference maker here. Energizer build for TF, obviously nice for keeping the wave pressure up. It doesn't always give him the most trading power. Usually it's the range he relies on. See if BB adapts his build at all in a range v range matchup. But it's, once again, a quiet game. Elyoya off to a little bit of an early jungle pathing lead, at least in terms of CS, as Yike did spend some time on the top side of the map relieving pressure.
A lot of this, though, even the draft and the way that we're seeing Elyoya path, feels to me like they've done a lot of research. We saw the Aurelian Solban. If you look at Cap's solo queue history, he's been playing a ton of that into like the likes of the Azir, so saying that early ban because they want to prioritize the Azir. We look back at G2's last game against Vitality, Yike was willing to forego camps in order to get his lanes ahead, and I think he can do a very similar thing for Yike. So Yike now coming top to cover that play, even burning the flash there on BB is huge, because now it becomes far more difficult for BB to start up a flash stun onto Mirren to set up Yike as he comes into the lane.
No flash stun, and also at level 6, you're pretty vulnerable to ganks yourselves. Yes, Varus Arrow is not quite as point-and-click reliable, or Varus ulti, Chain of Corruption, isn't as reliable as the point-and-click of a gold card, but it is something that has to be respected. Broken Blade likely to have Ghost at that point, but won't, have access to the flash, won't reliably be able to get away. You can see early early plated steel caps. Eventually I'll get the name of that item right. It's only been like a gajillion years since they changed it. Will help at least mitigate some of the Varus trading potential as Yike and Elyoya trading blows. Frescowi starting to wander down, but man advantage for the side of G2. Mickey X hooks the wall, however, and suddenly this play starts to feel bad. Two-man knockup is there. Flick back from Caps is good, but they just do not have the damage at this point in the game. Yike gets taken down for first blood. Combo from Caps not that menacing without the follow-up, and MDK quick to punish a small misstep from the G2 support.
Mickey not getting that hook was crucial. They might have been able to pick off either Frescowi or Elyoya before Alvaro was able to come in, but they end up kind of leaving Yike out to dry as well at the back of it. Hook, though, will land this time to Alvaro. Good damage. Please have to get on out.
Again, I think this is the struggle of this combo early on, as Talia just does not hit this early in the game. Yike now returning to the top side of the map, potentially going to look for that setup angle in the top lane. Mirren still has flash, though. So I think the most you're really hoping for is to try to get the flash while the cleanse is not available. Mirren fighting for control of this. Elyoya on the top side as well, however. It might just be the 2v2, but Elyoya is incredibly low. Elyoya has to be careful not to just give his life here as well. Damage coming down with the Sky Splitter. Mirren now forced to flash out, but Yike, of course, no flash of his own. Means MDK will walk away, Caps with the Weaver's Wall.
They can completely zone them off here. They've abandoned Terror, and that's what Cap's going to do. No flashes.
Trying to get on the opposite side, but he manages to get them both next to Yike. The flick back is clutch. Elyoya back in a brush of his own design, hoping to hold on here, but it's an easy, straightforward dive for the side of G2. Broken Blade tanks to the tower. Now they can set their sights on these plates.
And so often, Caps on this Talia this series has had important moments where he stepped up and found those picks, and another setup there nets the 2 kills that G2 needed in these early stages. With how much control MDK were trying to establish on top side, that is crucial.
And MDK adapted their draft, going for the Azir. Yes, one of the most powerful picks, if not the most powerful mid laner overall in terms of what he provides. But the downside is it's not the Ahri. You can't follow a lot of these roams in the same way the Ahri could, and G2 making great use of that.
But great bait from BB. He plays it so safe, immediately locks the gold card as well as it comes up. So you force the flash from Mirren. But Nuke, or not Nuke, the Azir just gone for the reset. Frescowi, we just cast the last game. Frescowi coming up means that then Caps is able to catch out MDK as they're trying to escape. So nice timing there. And just unfortunate for Mirren, thought he had the support of Elyoya. Assumed Yike was going to be in the bot side. But Yike's been getting really clean with these, kind of baiting people into false sense of security, because it's like, well, my camps are up bot side, I should probably be bot side. It's like, oh, no, I'm actually up there on the top end.
Okay, there's one man with a crazy reaction on his face, and it's Ramah. Everyone else is like, okay, cool, yeah, League of Legends. Well, it literally looks like he's going to die if that play does not work out right.
I do always appreciate the dichotomy between the two of them, because Ramon is always just like, oh my god, this is going terribly, is it great? And then Dylan Falco is just like,
man.
I don't know, man.
Yes.
I've been through this before.
More data, more analysis, yes. Respectable. Rodrigo as well. Don't want to, exclude anybody. Elyoya now trying to test a bit of this vision on the bottom side of the map. But I think it's good that you highlight that. I think that a lot of teams get a little bit too comfortable in the copy-paste jungle pathing and aren't willing to anticipate someone maybe breaking that pathing or conceding some gold to make a play. As now, On the bottom side, Hansama, nice flash backwards, trying to get the reset onto Alvaro. That's big. Hansama can now try to run to safety. MDK fumbling the dive. Feather's gonna fly. Hansama tries to back to, he just doesn't have enough health, enough time. The pullback clean from Zupa to ensure that they get the double.
The Glacial Augment from Elyoya making it impossible for Hansama to really escape. So slow on the trifecta, or whatever, the triangle that came out from that Glacial Augment. And it meant that Zupa was able to set up nice there. So even though you end up with Alvaro giving his life, you see it here, Hansama gets the reset as they go under here with that good flash that you called out, Dracos. And as they get the kill, watch as the stun on Mickey X comes through. Hansama can't run anywhere because he's so slow on that field. And then Zupa with the flash gets the double, but now Alvaro needs to E out of here.
Alvaro should be okay. The immediate CC not quite there. The chopper's gonna connect, but now the damage follow-up is not. Daisy more than happy to body block any potential CC to come through as Yike just gonna stun the big cupcake. Mickey gonna try to finish that one off just to make sure that Daisy's not a threat. So that's down 50 extra gold to the side of G2, but really good dive. 2 kills to Supa early on is going to be rough for G2 to deal with.
Especially if they try and go for this dragon. Yes, you don't have Daisy, but you do have Kraken Slayer for Supa. So if Supa gets his opportunities to free hit, it could be the play. And maybe it's G2 looking to just punish the fact that he's now got no summoner spells and no ult available. But Badlands Koi stepping forward, knowing that as long as they keep Supa safe, they should be relatively okay here.
Supa no boots, but does have the Kraken Slayer. Zaya obviously not one of the champions who usually itemizes. Hold that thought. Weaver's wall coming in. Caps making an appearance on the top side. Flick back into the waiting arms of Broken Blade. The tower as well. Mirwin can't even auto attack. He'll get taken out by the tower. And Caps grabs another.
Still have to be careful. Frescowi could start to move into the spot lane. He's about to clear out the mid wave. Caps resets, TPs into mid, but mainly bot lane a little bit overexposed. You can see Yike playing very far back. They assume the dragon has been started up by MDK. So Cap's just going to poke his nose in towards this river area and spot out exactly what MDK are up to.
MDK need to get this. Need to continue to assure their own scaling to buy time. Huge damage coming in from Supa. Power the Kraken Slayer as now the rest of the team tries to chase. Excellent disengage comes in from Elyoya. Frescowi the only one in the pit. This is a bit awkward. Forced to retreat now. They get the kill onto Mickey, but they also just leased the Drake for G2.
It was the reset from Broken Blade. MDK got the pick. They were like, cool, now we've got the numbers advantage, but Alvaro going so low and BB resetting. They were very worried about the Twisted Fate being able to ult in onto the play, so they decided to back it up and give the first dragon. Kills going to Supa though. Pretty big thumbs up. Cloud Dragon going across to G2 is nice, but we'll have to see if you're going to be actually able to use the fact that you've got those extra dragons here for G2.
I think it's big for Supa this time around that he has so many tools to peel for himself in the Jinx game. The composition didn't really set him up for success in that regard. He's also got Elyoya there with the extra shielding. So there's room for Zaya to take over this game. We saw it from Carzzy yesterday. If Zaya set up for success, she can just take over entire team fights.
Yeah, especially with Alvaro being able to play in behind Supa and then set up for the play, but Mirwin cost.
Point and click. Cleanse comes out a little early, but it's okay. He's still holding on for now. Flick back, flashed away. Both sums forced out. And another gold card. The tower disabled. G2 relentless. And this is the thing, it's not against the melee matchup, it's not the on-hit bars, it's the lethality bars. He whiffs an arrow and he just stops doing damage for 14 seconds. G2 happy to punish in that regard, but of course they're losing something on the bot side in the meantime. Frescowi quick to start taking these plates. Supa the same story. So MDK is still fighting back.
And this is where MDK are saying, hey, look, we want to try and get the gold into our carries to be able to carry when we get to a team fight. When we get to in a position where we can actually try and front to back and play with a little bit of the poke that we have from the Varus and a little bit from the Azir. But realistically, it's so difficult because you can see now Mirwin is going to be the next point of call. You push in mid, Caps has ult again, you move that into top side. BB can even flash to get the stun. So MDK trying to punish G2 on this bot side, get the tower so they can match the play, but BB is on reset. He can't come in. That's why G2 engage.
Body block, immediate ult. Feather's gonna fly. Mickey gonna be in trouble again. Waiting to hold back here. Good shield comes in from Elyoya. Double root. Patience on the pullback on the blade collar. Keeps Supa standing for now at Caps. Pretty quick. Will not push for anything else, and it's tense because I feel like if you give away the shutdown to G2, if Supa goes down, that's like kind of the glimmering light of hope for MDK right now. You cannot afford to give that gold away.
It's so difficult for MDK to try and protect Supa though with the way the game is set up at the moment, because you can see how easy it is for the pressure from Caps into topside to set up BB to reset to then cover bot lane. So you've got this like push and pull that's constantly keeping G2 safe on the map. And when MDK try to break it, they have to invest so much onto the bot side that if it doesn't work out, Well, then Mirwin has to reset because Caps can move top, which opens up BB to get the turret. So MDK, they're doing the correct moves and trying to break bot lane tower, trying to play around Supa, but it's so difficult with the amount of globals that G2 have that if you don't find that hit, if you don't get that first strike, G2 just get to fight back very quickly by moving around the map.
Yeah, always able to present that man advantage in the vast majority of scenarios. And as well, Broken Blade just getting further and further ahead. Lethality Varus at a deficit has to feel like one of the most useless champions in the game, and I think that's doubly so in top lane when he doesn't have the luxury of a support to protect him. More likely to just get bullied here as G2 trying to force a play on the bottom side. Immediate engage, immediate flip back onto Supa, the flash away from the minefield, autoing the ward briefly, but now trying to finish away Caps. Ulti going in from Yike, trying to take down the AD carry, but Supa still standing. Crucially, Hansama. Rocket already done. Retreat now coming in. They need to lock down Caps. Supa getting away. Keep your eyes on Broken Blade. He has the flash. He has the gold card ready to go. Shield now going in, but Supa just doesn't have the space to deal damage. He doesn't have the health bar. G2 bullying MDK out.
G2 would need to try and set up, though, if they on this mid-wave, if they want to try and get something. Mickey!
Push back onto Mickey is big. Quick pick and another kill into the back pocket of Supa. Hand delivered by Frescowy.
And really nice job from MDK to get the kill, because Mirwin stayed in topside. He pushed in, which is why BB was drawn up into that top side of the map. And Hansama and Mickey were like, everyone's low. We can try and push in onto this mid turret, but Mickey takes that step too far. Frescowy, great punish on the play, but here, Supa is focused down, but there's just not a huge amount of damage onto him. He's fine to just step away. He knows he's got Elyoya to support him. Caps taken out of the fight. Hansama essentially not able to get any damage off. So Mad Lions Koi able to step back away. This, I wasn't sure how far Caps wanted to ride this ride, but it gets off just at the right stop and tries to set up for BB as he comes in, but they're just not quite able to get the kills. And with everyone this low, Mickey's like, oh cool, we can actually try and set up, but Hansama had started to drift towards the top side. So Mickey taking that step too far, a little bit greedy on the play and gets caught out.
You're laughing. You have to feel like it was a call. You have to feel like he knew. Mickey would walk forward, maybe try to cancel the bases, get the small tempo advantage, cost him his life. 0-3-1 the score for Mickey. Big fumble on that first play, hooking into the wall. 2 more deaths, I think a little out of his control as MDK have gotten further and further ahead on the bottom side of the map. 1.7k gold lead for Supa. Broken Blade is strong, and I mean, it has the luxury of the gold card, so these fights are still going to be tough for MDK to navigate, but as more and more defensive items come through for both Alvaro and Elyoya, G2 might just not have the damage until Hansama has, 3 items to really take Supa out.
But the big thing is that you just can't approach the wave as Hansama. With how far ahead Supa is, like Alvaro can hide behind Supa, E to Supa, immediately engage on Hansama, you kill Hansama. So he has to play hyper defensive in the mid lane. And this just opens up the opportunity for Alvaro and Elyoya to start to drift to cover a lot of the G2 map plays. And that's where it starts to get scary for G2. If they're not able to actually control the map state, well, they're going to be able to, as MDK, to find those fights, to take these turrets, to push back G2, and they're just not going to be able to play the 1-3-1 style that they want to.
And while G2 have so many tools for map mobility, they have to be really careful that they don't overstep or get over-aggressive here, because when you look at the potential Baron threat, yes, we're only 15 minutes in, but that is a Zir Xayah. A Xayah who's very quickly going to hit Navori. There's also a Varus, who isn't going to contribute as much, but is still going to do good damage. Like, this team deletes Baron. And so if you ever make a mistake, if you overstep the later we get into the game, it's so easy for MDK to just instantly force that objective. Broken Blade, though, continues to be the thorn in the side of MDK. He's the one with the individual lead for G2, knocking down yet another tower, and it's really tough for anyone on this team to match him. Supa doesn't have cleanse, and it just means that Broken Blade can run that side lane.
But MDK don't really want to match. They want to just see if they can try and pressure on towards this bottom side, get the vision that they need, and maybe even threaten the tier 2. We're now moving back towards the top, and honestly, in the grand scheme of things, mid lane tower significantly more valuable for MDK, because the big one that you're going to be able to look for is like push immediately deep. So then you have to try and accept the wave underneath your tier 2 tower here. So then you can start to drift down, look for the push on towards the tier 2, immediately take the tier 2, and then as you start to walk back, G2 have to try and pressure here, which then gives you a lot of opportunities to start to play up into this top side of the map. And with 3.5 minutes until Dragon, you can definitely get that tier 2 on the bottom side, and then just keep G2 push back on their own base, deny them the opportunity to play out on these side lanes.
Yeah, that's why we talk so much about the importance of mid lane tower, right? You just get access to either side of the map the second you have it. It's so much easier for you to gain vision control. You can push your vision line deeper. Yeah, top lane's okay, bot lane's okay, but it doesn't guarantee you access to an objective through mid in the same way, and playing through bot, playing through top is not nearly as reliable. It means giving something up in exchange rather than surefire being first on the play.
And that's why you can see G2 at least trying to see if they can cover areas where MDK are going to try and pressure. Yike, Mickey already moving up towards his top side. They haven't spotted Frescowi on that bot wave, so they're very nervous. A lot of MDK members moving up onto this top end and trying to pick off TF, but I have to see exactly how they want to try and play it out, because there is moments where MDK don't necessarily have to put threat on towards this top tower, and once they see a lot of members of G2, I wouldn't be surprised to see them back away and just try and threaten the tier 2 and mid. And they're just trying to move G2 out of this topside jungle, so they've got ease of access into the tier 2. You can see here, Caps shifting from boss to cover.
Lots of damage now coming in. Super unstoppable. Really should not have been there. That was a bit, let's say, bold from the side of Yike.
He was trying to see if he could spot out MDK and see how they were shifting across in towards the mid lane, but Caps had already got the mid wave cover, and the second you don't see Super on the mid wave, you know the chances are they're sticking around in your jungle. So Yike takes a step too far forward and opens up MDK to get that top tower. And now, again, it's just rinse and repeat for MDK. They just need to try and keep this pressure up. As long as they don't misstep, G2 definitely behind. And Mickey, gonna see if he can spot Frescowi, but a ton of vision established on this top end for MDK.
And it's impressive, despite the massive deficit that Mir1 has been put in, that MDK have just such a chokehold over this game, built around the bottom side of the map. Now, you know, more gold being put in the back pocket of Frescowi, as well as he has just a slight lead over Caps. Feels more and more like they're favored, but G2 with tools to outmaneuver them, which has been how G2 have won a lot of their games against MDK. It hasn't always been, you know, in the laning phase that they've found big leads. Oftentimes they've actually fallen behind, and it's only when the map starts to open up that G2 really start to outplay. But MDK right now in control. As long as Supa is alive, MDK are winning.
And that's at least where for MDK, as long as you are able to keep pressure on the map without overextending into situations that could cause issues, say on bot lane for Frescowi here, you're going to be in a good spot. But the problem is, because you've got multiple squishy members, it's very difficult to leave someone alone in a side lane, because you don't know if Mickey's going to suddenly show up with an ultimate to then take out the Varus alongside Caps. Caps has enough damage to one-shot you essentially this stage with that setup. So you've got to try and play this very safe, and that's why I think Ayoya needs to try and group mid here. Let Frescowi build a slow push on the bot side. So then there's a massive wave that you have to deal with as G2, and then you can push mid, you can potentially threaten that tier 2 on the bot side, or at least you can establish vision in river that makes it very difficult for G2 to actually push up past the river bush. And that's just what MDK are trying to do at the moment, but at least with 20 seconds until Dragon, mid priority is going to be the big one here, as we look to see maybe the first Dragon for MDK, but G2, a lot of members in the area, I think they might just forego it and look for the tier 2 on top there.
I think it's important for MDK. Normally, you know, later we get, maybe there's an option to trade for the Baron, but you really gotta stop that dragon stacking. Mickey X forced to flash out, free summoner spell. Frescowi now gonna try to push Caps, dash back, flick back, traded now, good bit of damage. Caps push back into Frescowi's tower though, now gonna try to ult out to safety, but gets caught under the tower! The quick thumbs up, that's okay with me, buddy! 1v1 on the side lane, shut down onto Caps, Frescowi popping off.
TF is on at the Dragon, but MDK are on the Baron. They need to try and find some way to prevent Yike from getting in. He will be unstoppable with the ultimate. MDK, can they try and keep this bear out of the pit?
Navori quick blades. If they sync this up, if they time this up, it should be fine. They got perfect vision now, courtesy of the Destiny. Coming in from Broken Blade, they back off, they're disciplined, they're buying time, they're taking time. 2.3k getting lower and lower. In goes Yike, down goes Yike. The Baron belongs to MDK. Soul point now for G2, the consolation prize. But all of MDK wearing purple.
Great punish from Frescowi. MDK were like, look, chances are G2 aren't going to try and commit to Dragon. We've seen it too many times where they just try and play for advantages on side lanes. So ends up catching Caps as he threatens the push on side lanes. And they managed to get the Baron off. So really great job from MDK reading G2 there.
And honestly, very bold play, right? You can see they don't really have the control of having mid lane tier 1 knocked down. Being there, a bit of a surprise for even Caps. And execution good. I mean, Caps seconds away from being on the opposite side of the wall and making out with his life, but MDK quick to punish. And now, Alvaro trying to keep things snowballing in their favor, just delaying the recall of Broken Blade. Push in the bottom side coming in from Mirwin. Supa already in the mid lane on this tier 2. No one on G2 is going to try to stop this.
They're already being pushed out. A lot of pressure coming through from Alvaro means that G2 don't really find a comfortable space to back. They're going to be able to get mid. They rotate now as the resets come through onto the tier 2 as well. With Baron, they should fall. And with that, you're just getting G2 completely pushed into their own base. The only thing it looks like G2 might try and play around is this ward in the mid lane. Maybe they look for some sort of TP play with Caps, BB comes through. Maybe they can try and catch someone out. That's why G2 just trying to punish the resets here.
Supa? What? Now G2 are on the chase. 42 seconds left on Supa. Broken Blade steps forward. Gold card connects. Cleanse out from Mirwin. Rocket. Oh! Clean hit from Hansawa, but we need... What happened there? Was he caught in the wall during the animation of the...
I'm not sure. We're going to have to look at the replay, but either way, G2 managing to get the picks that they needed. MDK, so whatever happened, desynced on the resets, and G2 now going to be able to start to push in as the hook is the flick.
Where G2 starts to take over again. They have so much CC, they have so much set up, they can't afford to get over aggressive. They're still a Baron. Mickey's going to give his life to make sure that this tower drops. Caps needs to be careful on the retreat. 2 seconds left on Supa. Gonna start zooming out of the space. TP from behind. It's not the flank ward from TP or for G2 that matters.
Frescowi.
It's Frescowi on the back line. Gonna try to scoop him.
They don't know.
Frescowi's still working. It's a long flank. 4 members there. He has to be careful not to pull the trigger too soon. Spotted. They now know that he's coming. Broken Blade has to prep the gold card. Looks like the play will just fizzle. MDK haven't lost control of this game, but that was an excellent opportunity for G2. Excellent punish. And MDK cannot afford to make another mistake like that as G2 linger in the darkness. Hoping to catch MDK trying to make a fast play. It might just work out.
Pushing mid, 2 waves gonna die to the tower, so MDK!
Flash forward, Frescowi knocked up, and Alvaro wants to turn it right back. Push back from Frescowi is big, Frescowi still standing, Mickey not gonna connect on the hook. The Azir still standing, the sidestep on the rocket is big. G2 now retreating. MDK have a wave to play on the top side, they take out Mickey X and keep this push going, another wave backing them up. They're looking to break open the base of G2. And G2 over eager, get punished. They're trying to make the play.
BB went mid to cover the wave push, so the MDK won't be able to get 2 towers off of this, but they will definitely get that top lane tower for themselves. G2 try to get a little bit more into the play and ends up backfiring massively there for them.
MDK, sigh of relief, getting that play, starts to shift things back in their favor again. 4K gold lead, still 3 jakes to G2, 1 minute 40 till the next objective, and G2 just consistently trying to punish MDK. Staggered recall timings could be a death sentence. Supa just continuing to retreat. Yike.
Yeah, MDK have learned from the last one.
MDK retreating is 5 now. G2 gonna move in and get first push onto mid. Resets are super delayed here. They haven't been able to spend all that gold they just earned.
Means you get push in mid, get control over the side lanes, and actually be massive because you get a reset in as well now for G2 just before this next Dragon starts. We're gonna have a look here. Yeah, so MDK just reset and Supa stuck around to get the blue buff from Mirren. And it means that G2 end up finding that pick. I don't know if what the vision play was or if it was just BB with the ultimate, but they end up spotting it out, but great job from G2 to punish the desynced resets from Mad Lions Koi.
Connects as well. I guess at that point, Supa just recognizes that he's dead and just lays down what damage he can and accepts his fate. Doesn't want to burn anything else. Certainly looks odd, but ultimately holds on to all the major cooldowns that he needs for the fights to come. And again, he's got more backup now. You know, QSS, or rather Mikhail is coming in for Elyoya to make sure that they can cleanse out to safety. You've got the Knight's Vow on Alvaro.
We're going to see MDK go for Dragon. G2 don't care. They're immediately going to start to put BB into a side lane. It's a question of how much pressure can they try and put onto this top lane before MDK try and respond in kind on that bottom side. Caps has decent wave clear at this stage, so it might be a bit tough to solo push out this lane, especially as Dragon 10 seconds away and BB already in the tower. For Scowy, he's going to reset. But honestly, that might give the play that G2 are looking for. There's no TP available for anyone on MDK. And maybe that's where G2 look to try and find that TP or that collapse onto someone like Mirren in the mid lane.
Trying to catch Frescowi in the same way that he caught Caps moments ago. But the play's gonna fizzle. Yike is there. So ultimately,
There's the play, there's the play.
Mirwin now in trouble. Caps coming in, Broken Blade now coming in. Root goes out. Mirwin immediately gonna cleanse, but it's just not enough. Broken Blade gonna run him down. The Bars has got nowhere left to go. Alvaro now running for the hills as fast as he can back to the rest of his teammate, but here comes Yike. Alvaro needs to get out. He tries to dash back to safety. The shield coming in from Elyoya's clutch. Only a single member picked off. Mirwin taken out of the equation. G2 setting their sights on the Baron. 15 seconds till the worm spawns.
And there's no way that Mirren will be able to get out. 30-second death timer, and that was it. G2, they pull back Frescowi. As soon as Frescowi shows in the wave, they know that they has no TP, so they look for the play. And now, Daisy
Base
doing the work.
Good hook. Frescowi locked up. Pushback is there to try to disengage, but the stun now coming in. Yike over the top of Bear, right into the back line. Supa, ghost up. He has to turn this back into his favor. The flick back not going to connect. That's big. That's one cooldown. Alvaro here as well. 2 supports in Supa. Is it enough to take down G2?
Yike has no flash to get over the wall, so MDK going to try and push forward.
7K getting lower. Elyoya can try to get in the pit. Alvaro using the engage, just wants to pick off Mickey. Supa continues to step up. Baron down in favor of G2. MDK, is there still a fight here? Nice back step on the Unraveled Earth as Yike going to create space for the rest of his team now to recall.
There was no way they were able to get Yike out. Maybe waiting for the flash, but Yike had to give his life to ensure Baron. But G2, they're getting so many small advantages through these picks by punishing MDK on the map, punishing the lack of TP for Frescowi. And now with Baron up, at least MDK should be able to push out a lot of these waves. You know, Yike being dead for another little while means he won't be able to get as much pressure, but it should be able to at least set up on 2 or 3 waves where they can start to threaten the base of Mad Lions Koi.
And I think right now they're happy to just have more time for Hansama to get the items that he needs, because you can see total control in the gold graph for Mad Lions Koi, at least on paper. But G2 just continue to find those picks. You highlighted it, the semi-global threat of the Taliyah and Twisted Fate. Mad Lions Koi have caught G2 a couple times. It's led to big advantages, especially when they caught Caps' Island, when Frescowi made the heroic play to get them that first Baron. But they can't afford to get sloppy with the lead that they have, because G2 will punish. Hansama has 3 items. And he doesn't need Armor Pen, not really. I mean, you've just got no effective tank on the opposite side. Arguably Rakan, but even then, that's a bit generous.
It becomes so difficult for MDK though. This is the worst case scenario where G2 have Baron, have the push in multiple lanes. And even look at Caps. He's just shoving in towards top side. Once they spot that Alvaro and stuff are in this bot side and they see Azir on the wave, Caps knows that he's free essentially start to push through. Yes, Mirren can lock him down, but even just getting the Baron buff onto some of these minions will help chip away at the turret.
And the other issue is that, right, this Varus is just so far behind. He's effectively useless. He's a walking ult, and it means that you don't have that fallback of a scaling option, right? Like, yeah, the poke will hurt a little bit if G2 for some reason just hang out around an objective, but you're just not going to get those opportunities for Mirwin. He can catch the waves, certainly. He does enough damage to stop Caps from just driving him, but there's not a lot that the Varus can do in this game.
There's not a lot that G2 can do with the rest of this Barm, though. A minute left, 2 waves. Not really in a position to do much, especially...
Yike! Oversteps, unstoppable now, forced to flash. Daisy caught out, Mirwin caught out once again. Flick back is there, good damage. Mirwin lives for a second longer. Caps gets the kill, and Broken Blade and Caps are now tearing down the top side. Split focus. MDK have to be incredibly decisive because the rest of G2 is already moving into mid. They're getting pulled back and forth. They can't decide where they need to go. Caps and Broken Blade are now stepping up. It's like a game of tag, and MDK are the ones losing.
I didn't expect them to be able to get BB in towards the top side of the base, but with MDK committing to Yike, they see their moment to catch onto Mirwin, but now Alvaro
fishing for the play, the flash forward, but no! The immediate denial, he stops the play in its track. Alvaro forced to retreat. Broken Blade stepping up with the gold card. Caps has the damage, the flick back, but no Unraveled Earth. And Frescowi again turning the play back, but already Supa's the one in trouble. Supa trying to fire back, Supa trying to get the damage down. He can't pull the feathers back. He's down. G2 in the blink of an eye. They bring the game back in their favor.
Every single time they'd find one pick, one moment, one opportunity, and G2 was shut down Mad Lions Koi.
They always take the shot, not letting that one slip away. Mirwin, he's been bullied all game. I don't think the ending play here is going to be any different. Hansama's got no health, just enough from the quick bloom. And G2, it was messy, it was sloppy, but a win is a win. They move on to face Fnatic.
G2 will pick up the win. The mid-game macro magic comes back again for G2 to net them that victory. It was hard fought, and that is going to be a bitter loss for MDK. But G2 find again those small little moments to bring it back.
Yeah. And like, G2 messed up a lot this game. MDK punished them beautifully. Frescowi was on a tear. But of course, because there were mistakes, because so many of those mid-game plays turned against MDK, Hansama was relevant again. And Mirwin never came back to the game. That is not the luxury that they got with that champion choice. And so G2 took over. You can only have too many mistakes. Safe, I think. Maybe baseball just be like baseball, I don't know.
Yeah. But I do agree with you. I think this was always going to be a difficult one. We already said it. Look, when you come into this game, the pick opportunities when you have so many squishy members is really high. But that little bit of moments to bring it back were magical. This is going to be vote for your Kia player of the series at LEC on X, BB, Caps, or Hansama. Honestly, it's a toss-up between both solo laners for me. They were incredible, like working so well in tandem to find those
BB
points.
didn't exist for the first 25 minutes of game 1 because he was just Rek'Sai Udyr farming, but then when he showed up to those fights, he was a nightmare to deal with. And obviously game 2, set up for success, snowballed on the TF, Mirwin completely shut down. Impressive series overall from G2. Still not as clean, I think, as many G2 fans would like, but signs of life, signs of improvement as they look ahead to their next challenger.
Yeah, going to be going up later on. It won't as well, actually. It's going to be Mad Lions who are going up against GX.
Yep.
And the opposite side, we're going to see G2 versus Fnatic. So that's going to be a banger. I'm really excited to see that one happen.
This is El Clasico. This is El Clasico.
Yeah.
There's nothing. We're too far away from what you're going to tell me. It's like SK Fnatic circa 2014. No, this is El Clasico.
But it's also like Fnatic on a bit of a tear. Like this is not the Fnatic that we've seen for the last even 2-3 years. This is a Fnatic that are very, very threatening. And if G2 are playing the early game like they have been, Fnatic are going to give them a run for their money if not take that series. So this is nearly, to me, feeling like maybe a glimpse of what our finals could be as we get towards the end of the year.
Certainly, I mean, certainly feels that way. And I think room, obviously, for a lot of these teams as they make their lower bracket runs, or on the opposite side of our bracket is Vitality. BDS will be going toe-to-toe. I believe in our first series of the day tomorrow, to shift the narrative, to shift expectations, to shift the story. But it does feel like, you know, sometimes the old ways are the best. Back to Fnatic G2 once more time. Narrative, legacy, dynasty.
I mean, still relatively new for me, so I'm
Oh yeah, so it's new for you. It's not new for BB though. He's no stranger to G2 versus Fnatic. Neither is Caps. Let's send it down for the interview with both of them.
Thank you very much, guys. You guys are not strangers to Fnatic versus G2, are you? Congratulations on a very swift, I will say, 2-0. However, not the cleanest game 2. I'm gonna come to you first, Caps. Talia back-to-back. That second game was hanging on a thread. I saw you top lane, I saw you mid lane, I saw you bot lane, I saw you dive in towers and dying. What in the world was happening in that game 2?
Yeah, I mean, they really wanted to go for a crazy game. The top laner picked Varus, of course. We were playing the TF, mega volatile top lane matchup. I definitely had to visit it quite a few times. So it was a lot of fun. Hopefully we get some fun games tomorrow as well.
Absolutely, and BB, TF has been played internationally a lot at this point. It's been flexed into 3 roles. You have played the top lane quite a bit as well. Was that particularly created to pressure the Varus in the top lane? Because it feels like pretty much of an even matchup.
I mean, I definitely do think that Varus has the pressure, but we have the gank pressure, and they did not. And we played it very well. Obviously, it kept roam top lane a lot, which helped my matchup. And TF Talia is a nice combo because I stun him, and then he just combos off that.
It was mid gap?
It was also a mid gap.
Ah, okay.
It was a team gap as well.
All right, BB and Caps, I'm gonna take you over to game number 1 because you, BB, pulled out the Rek'Sai, you remained onto that Talia. My question right here is that you have a great game on the Rek'Sai, it works, you have sold it before, it worked wonders. How do you stop yourself from saying, frick it, play it on game 2 as well, because it works?
I actually didn't get I was looking at myself. I didn't understand.
Did you look good?
Sorry, I didn't get
Were
the
you
question.
looking too good? You couldn't stop looking?
I was looking a little too sharp. Can you repeat the question?
Your Rek'Sai also looked very sharp, BB, in
Thank
game
you.
number 1. What stops you from saying, hey, let's repeat it. It worked in game number 1. Let's pick it again game 2.
Well, Rek'Sai is a tank, right? And they
I mean, it looked like an assassin. I don't know.
They blind picked Varus top lane, and Varus is known to be good into tanks. So I was like, you know what? It's probably not the greatest pick. So I just pulled out the TF, throwing some cards, not really team fighting. I was like race split pushing. Me and Caps had a very, very good game in terms of communication, how we want to play the game. We punished Varus very well throughout the whole game. And yeah, maybe that will make him think twice before blind picking Varus.
Absolutely, and thank you for setting up my next question. It is around mid lane and top lane, because you guys played the TF, likes to pressure the map. You play the Talia, also likes to pressure the map. I'd love to know the type of communication you guys are going through to sort of not only coordinate for the dives, but also who takes which lane at which point.
I mean, there's a lot of communication, right? Either the waves or tracking like where our opponents are, when we want to pressure and when we want to like take a reset, stuff like this.
And for you, BB?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. It's really important that we are getting the right waves. At some point, we're like, oh, it's actually better if I'm laning against Azir because we can actually gank the Varus very easily, which we did actually. That was a key play, I think, that won us the game in the end. We were managing to like break through the base very slowly. We had to talk a lot about who is showing on the map, when can we actually go for the play. We have 2 global ultimates, and I think we use it very well.
You guys coordinated so well and it showed in both of the games. Congratulations
Thank you.
again on a very quick 2-0. Now stick around because after the break we have PGL with Dylan, Falco and Yike joining Ginny.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it. Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
Ajas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
everyone, and welcome to the PGL. I'm Ginny, joined with Broxa, but we have two special guests, Yikes and Dylan. Congratulations on your first win here in playoffs. How are you feeling, Yike?
I'm feeling good. It was very stressful the last game we just played, but I'm very happy that we won it. I think BB and Cavs played very well. They were very creative and made us win the game.
Did you enjoy playing Ivern?
The Volibear?
Ivern?
No, I didn't play Ivern.
Did you enjoy playing against it?
Oh, sorry, playing, yeah. No, I never enjoyed playing against Ivern because that champ just, he doesn't really interact with you. He just farms his camps and then he just puts out Daisy, and Daisy is annoying. It's hard to play, but we managed to win.
What do you think wins when you won? Volibear Daisy?
I think it's hard.
I think Daisy might have a chance, actually.
Daisy, but yeah.
All right, let's break this down in terms of G2 and how the performance has been throughout regular split, and then we're coming here into playoffs. I think time and time again here, Dylan, every time we're hitting on the fact that early game for G2s might not necessarily be the best performances we've seen, but there's always a way where the team finds something mid-game that they're then able to translate and scale into the late game. From a coach's perspective, how do you ensure that that keeps happening? Because it feels like if that mid-game pick doesn't necessarily translate, then potentially it could be a game.
Yeah, I think it's just important that we have the ability to make plays with our comp, and we actually have tools and like kill patterns and play patterns that actually will work, and that will give us the opportunities to make these sort of plays. Like for example, this game, I think they had a very good comp group of like Ivern and Azir, but we are running a comp with TF Talia. So even if the game is a bit weird, or even if the game is, we are a bit behind, there's always the opportunity for our players who are very creative to find things on the map.
Do you think it's a reliable strategy? Because something we talked about earlier today is that, you know, when we were on Fnatic together, when we really needed to win, we would just lock in Braum and On, and we would just team fight in front to back. But nowadays, I mean, you just mentioned that that's kind of what they did. Do you think it's more reliable now than it used to be? Like kind of finding these creative openings and playing these hard to execute kind of comps?
I just want to have good drafts, actually. That's how I think about it. Like, for example, in the first game, they were playing the other side of this. They had Rengar into a comp that just wanted to group up and team fight. And once we got to that point, it was a bit unplayable, right? At the Dragon fight, we were fighting a Rengar that was showing on the map, an Ahri that was on a ward. They can't flank us, and they just get aced into Baron. Whereas the second game, we're playing the other. But I think, for example, they show Azir, Ivern in the draft. I think if we were to match this Volibear Ivern matchup with more team fighting, slow champions, I think we would just be playing a slow versus slow game and just lose at some point. So I try and treat it more as a strategical drafting thing than just what we want to play.
So always being able to play your way and force them to respond to you kind of thing?
Yeah, just being reactive in the draft, knowing what champions are good against what champions, and having a strategy that works together.
I want to pick up on the Rengar point particularly and give this one to you, Yike, because I don't think anyone really expected to be seeing a Rengar in pro play today, particularly from your perspective as a jungler. When would that be a champ that you want to actually pick?
Yeah, I think it's for sure hard this game because they know that we kind of want to group a lot, and Rengar kind of wants to pick people off, like he wants to go alone, catch someone on side, something like that. But I think we were pretty safe with that, and I think we just made sure that Rengar can't really do it. But yeah, I think this is probably a hard Rengar game they had, but they still picked it on 4, so I'm not really sure why. Maybe it's like they could do it. Maybe it's doable for them to play the Rengar, but I think it's just hard this game, yeah.
I think they were just trying. He was just trying to kill my bot lane.
Maybe
I think that was the goal.
It did succeed a few times.
It worked to an extent, yeah, for sure.
So looking at your plays particularly, if you had to nominate or choose anyone who would get the Kia player of the game, Dylan, who would you give it to? You're the coach, so like you're going to have to pick a favorite.
I think for this one it's Caps. I think both his games are really good, and like we can hear their communication backstage, and so many of the picks and plays in the second game. Actually, it was Caps and BB for the second game for sure, but I think he had 2 great games, so I would give it to Caps.
All right. Well, you're actually right. Caps did get Kia player of the game, so congratulations.
Yeah. It usually is Caps in our games recently, so.
I want to touch upon that communication point because Caps, as well as BB mentioned it as well in the interview, saying that that's the whole sole point of allow them to succeed with the TF and the Talia composition. So as a team, how do you build that communication between players?
Yeah, well, part of it is just experience. We've been playing together for, this is our second year as a roster. BB and Caps have been playing together for, this is the 3rd year, I believe. Every time we have a game and we review it, we talk about what we should be doing, what we should be communicating. I think, for example, this year, we're talking a lot more about side waves and macro, and all of that's because of Duffman's addition to the team as well. So I think it's just something that's built over time. And Caps, he's always been someone that talks a lot and wants to take over the game.
I know some teams have like different communication patterns. Like in G2, is it the kind where you have like very assigned shot calling responsibilities, or is it a little bit shared depending on who's strong in the game?
It's not really assigned, no. I think it's just whoever has the agency needs to be able to speak.
Yeah, I agree. So you usually like whoever is like we call it like the president of the team.
Yeah.
Usually shot calls the most.
So from you, from a jungler perspective, in what position then does that put you? So if you're looking to play around an objective or you're looking to set up a gank, whether that's bot or top or mid, how do you approach that?
I think for me it's just mostly communicating about like the early game, especially if we play champs like Rel and Volibear I played today. I think I just talk about the early game, like level 3, 4, 5, like what I can do to provide as much support to the like carries as possible. And then for Dragons, it's mostly like I'm like more of the supportive like tank for the team, and like I let them do the job.
It's kind of interesting how the jungle role changes in competitive, because in solo queue you're often like really strong throughout the entire game and you can always carry. But in competitive, we're like carries in the first 10-15 minutes, but then eventually, like Yike said, our role shifts from being a carry to literally just another support.
How do you deal with that as a player, though? Because oftentimes you have players who are in set roles, like for AD carry, like your job is to scale and carry most of your games. But then as a jungler, it feels like it keeps shifting, not just on the game itself, but also depending on the meta. So that adaptability as a player, where do you get that from and how do you work on it?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of started off as like the carry younger. I was always playing that like back in like the last years, and then getting into G2, like when we play like the biggest game, like the most important games, it's obviously stronger to play like more facilitators, more tanks, and that's why I kind of adapted last year and now this year as well. So I really focus a lot on that. I think I'm very good at carries too, because yeah, I'm very like confident. When I get champs like Lilia, for example, I'm very confident I can take over the game. But now with the tanks as well, I feel very confident as well that I can do a lot for my team.
Dylan, are we going to see him on more carries? Would you allow it?
I think there's always opportunity if the draft suits it. If it keeps being Jinx and Talia and Orianna and Zeri every game, maybe the chances are a bit lower.
Yeah, makes sense.
Now, in terms of as well the team in general, obviously we're talking about adaptability from your perspective, but G2, you guys have also qualified for MSI, so there is that international stage to be looking forward to. What would that look like in terms of adapting to that international stage coming into MSI?
Honestly, we're not speaking too much about MSI right now because we're in the middle of playoffs, and I think we have some wounds still from last year where we won Winter Split pretty convincingly, and we had a very early exit from, I believe, the Spring Split earlier than we would like. So we're, unfortunately, right now, as much as we'd love to dream about our MSI performance and planning, we're more focused on this split.
That's absolutely fair enough, but you guys won today, so that puts you further into the bracket. So let's have a look at the bracket particular to see where today's wins are going to place us. You guys are going to be going up against Fnatic. I'm not sure how you feel about that. I would love to dissect that. We also have Vitality against BDS. Last time you guys went up against Fnatic in the regular split, it didn't necessarily go in your favor. I'm assuming you learned a lot from that as well, because, Yike, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I don't really remember what I played against Fnatic again. You remember? Anyone remembers?
And I remember feeling that the draft was... Oh, that was the Lee Sin versus Pop Italia game.
I played Lee Sin. Oh, yeah. I played Lee Sin versus Pop Italia. Very unplayable game for me. Yeah, I got punished for picking Lee Sin. That is my bad. And yeah, I think we're going to make sure to not make this kind of mistakes again, because I think, yeah, the draft was hard for us. And now I think we're playing much better, and I think I can play champs like I showed today, like Durell and Volibear, and I don't think they can really punish that as much as Lee Sin.
You also have a bit of time to convince Dylan to just ban Poppy so you can play Lee, you know?
True, I could try to ban the Poppy, maybe Talia as well. Then I can probably...
Spoken like a truly Sin player, Boxer.
The jungler bias, right? Looking at it. But the games that we have coming up, is there any game particularly that you are really focusing on, Dylan, in terms of how important that is for maybe not just G2, but in general, the whole league and how it's been set up?
I just feel like our match is actually pretty important, pretty challenging. I think Fnatic has actually been pretty strong this year. I feel like they've improved a lot. They started to play a lot more aggressively this year, which I think is very good. And I look forward to the match tomorrow.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It felt like in the winter split, it was kind of Razork just trying to make solo plays all on his own.
Of course you go for the jungler, yeah.
The mid-jungle synergy is starting to come together. It feels like everybody has kind of found their style, their identity. And I think early game is one thing, but the setup around objectives in the later stages, I think is going to be really interesting, because it's this kind of matchup where no matter who gets the slight advantage early, everything can always happen when, you know, it's time for dragon fights. And
everything can always happen in that lower bracket. That is definitely something to keep our eyes on. And our Mega Week will conclude on Tuesday, where we will be looking at the games in the lower bracket. We have GX that are going to be going up against MDK, and SK are going to be heading up against Heretics. MDK, I want to say they're no strangers to this. Last time around, they were in that lower bracket. Yike, they made that lower bracket run. They faced you guys off in the finals. After playing up against them today, how do you perceive them? Because it feels like spring for them has not necessarily been as successful.
Yeah, I don't think they've had the best spring split. They kind of started off like very badly, like almost like becoming like going top 9, top 10, and I think they did better later on. And I think we were very ready for today's match, because I think they're still very strong. They improved a lot now, like throughout the whole split, and they're playing very well now. So yeah, I mean they're playing better for sure.
I think it's an interesting team because they're so strong in the early game, but there's just always things going wrong, you know, in the mid game. You could argue that in that second game, if it wasn't a G2 on the other side, maybe the enemy team wouldn't have found the openings to actually come back. But I really want them to just work on their mid game and clean it up, because if they can do that and snowball properly, they can be a really good team.
Great. Thank you guys so much for your insight and for joining us for the PGL. I do appreciate it. And that's it for us here today on the LEC. Now, did you catch how many times the KitKat Paro actually appeared on the broadcast? Did you count this time? Or maybe this time? What about this one? Either way, you can head over to KitKat Gaming's post on X, like, retweet, and reply with the correct number of appearances to have a chance to earn some sweet, sweet treats, not cash. Up next on the LCS, there's Spring Split Finals, where we have Team Liquid that Brox does, obviously, we're going to be supporting up against FlyQuest. So good luck with that. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Good night. Take care.
Mid lane, Faker.
We're rolling into LCS Finals. See you there.
Lebrov, bold recall. That is not where you want to be. My man caught shopping.
Look at Jax, come look at Jax. Yeah. Jax is looted. Guys, 3 people are charged. Look. Okay, careful. Go. Look here.
Alista. Go. I have keep going. It's hard for me to join here. Only you guys. Keep going.
I have much
Nothing Team Heretics do matter in the face of BDS. Again, their patience, the execution, just better in this game. Flackett's in trouble. We've seen this one before. Is he Flackett? Is he stick safe? This time he has the exhaust. It might be enough. Adam in trouble. First blood. Gets the 1-for-1 though. Cut it to Flackett.
No flash. I'm tipping. Let's fight. Let's go. Go for it. Insane. Nice. Go mid. It's all you guys. Kalista flash, yeah. Volibear no flash. We win. Oh, Penta. Actually, I can get Penta.
Let's kill him.
Focus. We win. Nice.
DK, Frescowi now on the chase. This is going to be big for the Ari. Instantly over the wall. Now chasing down Yak. Will get the reset on the Mickey X. The charm connecting as well. Frescowi.
Look at Rengar. Rengar can't jump. Okay, by the way. Kill Rengar. Kick. I can go. Be ready to run Nash. Okay, go Nash. Nice.
He is now on the bottom side. Hansama, nice flash backwards, trying to get the reset on the Alvaro. That's big. Hansama can now try to run to safety. MDK fumbling to die. Feather's going to fly. Hansama tries to back to me. Just doesn't have enough health, enough time.
I goes. Yeah. I ult on him. He can't take it.
Okay, can't take it.
He still can't take it. Nice. Care Saya. Look guys, look, we need up. Yeah. Nice, we reset.
I have no flash.
We win this. Oh my god! Oh my god, what a sweaty one, guys.